This is my channel's monthly compendium for the month of July 2023. Enjoy.
Case file number 1176, written by Barbara. The 3 warnings that saved my life. One day, I was riding in a cab in my neighborhood, and I said to the cab driver, "Look, there's a photo of a girl and flowers on that lamppost. It must be a memorial to someone who died in an accident right there." To my surprise, he said, "I know that girl's family. She was 16 and she died crossing that street because the driver sped up instead of stopping." The next day, I was at a local bank and I happened to mention the accident to a teller I knew. Again, I was surprised when she also said, "I know that girl's family. They told me a confused elderly driver stepped on the gas instead of the brake." The day after that, I bought some ice cream from an ice cream truck. I noticed that the man in the truck was wearing a rubber bracelet, which people wear to support a cause or as a tribute. I asked, "Why are you wearing that bracelet?" And he said, "In honor of my daughter. Last week she died in a car accident." Yes, you guessed it, he was that girl's father. After this coincidental chain of events, I wondered if possibly fate was trying to tell me something. I concluded that the message was that I should be extra careful the next time I was about to cross a street. That time came early the next morning, when I set out to go to a yard sale. When the light turned green, although there were no cars in sight and no other people around but me, I didn't walk forward. A car came zooming through the crosswalk and continued on without stopping. If I had been crossing at that moment, I would have been killed. Thanks to the 3 warnings, combining into a special message from fate, I wasn't. Case file number 1177, written by Pant Fiction, The Ceiling Beast, Lawrence. A few years back, I and a friend of mine, we called him Tacklebox, went over to another friend's house, J-Bot. The living room is on the 2nd floor, and the ceiling is made of a very weak particle board-like substance, flaky and painted white. On one of these ceiling tiles, there was a scrape that ended with a large hole. It sat just over where J-Bot had placed his TV. So the 3 of us are hanging out, watching a really bad B-rate film about giant insects on the Sci-Fi Channel. Tacklebox glances up and says, "Yo, is that a spider in that hole?" J-Bot and I look at him and start laughing. His obvious attempt at scaring us because we were a little high and watching the film we were watching was a complete failure. "No, guys, I'm serious," he says, but there's some gravity behind his voice and expression. J-Bot and I, sitting on the floor, stare deep into the hole, looking for something resembling a spider. The hole was probably large enough to put 2 fists through, and I was staring at what may have been loosely hanging fabric draped lightly around the inside of it. Then suddenly, what manifested due to its movement was something resembling fingers, crooked, bent, and jointed, that scurried backward into the hole. Panicking, we found ourselves on the other side of the living room, frantic for an explanation. What we saw was not a spider, and even if it was larger than even a tarantula. We weren't sure what to do, so we slowly approached the hole, on foot, and I took cover behind the loveseat, peeking up over the back support. That's when I saw the craziest thing. It stuck something out through the hole. It was a light brown and gray, with lighter gray spots, but it resembled a periscope, but rounded and stubbier, spinning around, scanning the area. My imagination struggled with what I was seeing. My brain just couldn't come up with any explanations. I actually began to accept the fact that it was extraterrestrial, because I had nothing else. Then we grabbed a piece of cardboard and some courage, rushed to the hole, placed the cardboard over, taped it down, and then retaped it for good measure. Then we named the ceiling beast Lawrence. That cardboard stayed up there for years, with warnings all over it. If anyone so much as pretended to take it down, anyone present for the initial incident would dart from the room and down the stairs, no explanation. Creepy file number 98, written by Anonymous, The Protective Beam of Light. I was driving home at around midnight one night on the empty streets of my hometown when I saw a car turn onto the street that I was on. It was about 50 yards behind me or so, on the 2-lane road I was on, nearly 2 miles from my house. It hit a bump as it was turning, and its lights hit the sweet spot in my mirror where they lined up with my eyes, flashing and blinding me for an instant. As soon as this happened, I became overwhelmed by a visceral sense of dread. I knew this car was bad news, there was no question about it. Sure enough, they pulled up right beside me, and everyone in the car looked at me. I remember hoping it was a bunch of drunk teens or something. What I saw was 3 or 4 young men in wife beaters with blank expressions. I turned away and continued to drive normally, deciding that I wouldn't look at them again. They kept pace with me and drove erratically, probably trying to get my attention. When I turned onto my street, they screeched tires, making a turn from the outside lane to follow me. I didn't know what to do, so I turned down my driveway suddenly. They missed the turn and sped past. I turned off the lights in my car and drove up so I couldn't be seen from the road. They drove around the block a time or two before I booked it inside. I still don't know how I intuited that they were dangerous, but it sure as hell happened. Case file number 1178, written by Frogman6. From the depths of the earth, I survived. I was working about 4,000 feet below the surface in an underground gold mine in Grootvlei, South Africa. My crew had just finished putting in 10-foot-long roof bolts. We started drilling the next round. I told the drillers that they were not drilling the hole pattern properly and that we would most likely have bootlegs after we blasted. They ignored me. We blasted, and when we came back, sure enough, the round hadn't broken properly. Embarrassed, the crew started up the slusher to clean up the round. They did this while I was still inspecting the face. The slusher uses cables. These cables started flapping all about me. I jumped out of the way, screaming for them to shut off the slusher. The second I jumped out of the way, the entire hanging wall that we had roof bolted came crashing down where I'd been standing 1 second before. Hundreds of tons of rock lay strewn all around. I was scared crapless and started looking through the dust and darkness to see if any members of my crew were hurt or killed. Thank God everyone was okay. I remember going up to the surface, throwing up in the cage, and being in a state of shock. I should have died. Needless to say, I soon returned stateside and took up a nice office job in marketing. Creepy file number 99, written by Whispers666, unleashing the things that go bump in the night. I don't think I can express with words how terrifying it is for me. I am taking deep breaths and trying not to cry. It is all in my head, and I know that, and that makes it worse. This is entirely true, but it's all in my head. When I was a child, I would get the same scared of the dark as every other child did. My big sister, who I'm very close to, tried to help me with this. We shared a room as children. She'd tell me to think about happy thoughts, distract myself. But this one thing she said still sticks with me. The things in the dark only exist if you let them. But what happens if I let them? I was an imaginative child. I read more than I talked, and I loved fiction. What if I let the things in the dark exist? Like when someone says, "Don't think about elephants." Now that's all you can think about. The more I try not to think about them being there, the fact that I'm trying to block them out is as sure a way to prove that they're there. I let them exist, and they only exist for me. They don't hurt anyone. They watch, don't hurt me, or they haven't, or I haven't let them. They watch. They just watch, and that's the worst part. Why are they watching? What are they watching for? Why are they watching me? I'm in my room, and it's large and very spacious. I'm facing the wall. There is only one light on, and there's my computer. I feel like I can feel them, watching me, cold. They're watching me. They're watching me. But I've let them exist, and they exist in the dark. Do you ever get the sense someone is watching you? Have you ever felt your stomach drop in terror or fear? Do you ever get an encompassing chill all across your skin when something is just wrong? It's the windows at night. It's cracked open doors. Sometimes I can't look behind me because I'm scared. I went to the Mammoth Caves once, in Kentucky. The tour guide talked about how if the old miners' lights went out, they couldn't see anything. Then she turned out the lights. Have you ever experienced true darkness? No external lighting, nothing. Pitch black. That's what it feels like. Cold, dark, desolate. I once was in my kitchen. It was a large window, and it was dark outside. I stood there, back to the fridge for 20 minutes. I could feel them looking in from the window. I couldn't move. I couldn't look away from the window. What if I did? Would they come in if I didn't see them? They were just out there. Most of these things are supposed to have a feeling to them, sinister, evil, but they're just there, watching. It fills me with dread, and I know they're only there because I let them be, and that's the worst. If I created them, why can't I control them? They're not there in the daytime. I'll forget about them for days, weeks at a time, but the moment I let them back in, they're there. It's all my fault. The things in the dark are only there because I let them be. Bonus file written by Arg, what a throwaway. How my dog saved us from a haunting. My childhood dog was super well behaved, and he knew he wasn't allowed upstairs at night, and he definitely wasn't allowed in our bedrooms. Well, one time, my grandmother was staying overnight with my sister and I while my parents were away on a trip. She was awakened in the middle of the night by a loud bang crash from downstairs. As she was starting to get up, my dog hightailed it up the stairs and basically threw his weight onto the bedroom door to get it open. He entered, shaking uncontrollably. My grandmother goes downstairs and finds that a painting my family had hanging in the living room above our fireplace was face up on the ground where my dog usually likes to sleep. The painting itself was pretty creepy and looked like it was also huge and awkward and had an ornate, heavy frame. The glass from the frame was shattered all over the floor. She figured that either the string hanging the painting had broken or the nail had come loose, but both were still intact. It was as if someone had picked up the painting and, in a large rage, slammed it onto the ground. This was in a house that was reportedly haunted by an old lady and her dog. In her old age, she had mostly stuck to the attic, where I also used to hear footsteps when no one was up there. Other family members reported seeing her, and almost everyone saw the dog, including myself. Case file number 1179, written by The Beef Chief. I witnessed a star extinguished from existence. It was late at night. I can't remember the date, but it was about 2 years ago. I had just finished a shift working at a bar I used to work at during university. I was looking up into the night sky, pondering human existence, yada yada. Then, whilst looking at a cluster of stars, one just blinked out. It was there, not extremely bright, but bright enough. Then it was gone. I was there for about 15 minutes, seeing if it came back, but it didn't. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Did I witness the death of a star? I just don't know. It's incredible to think of the possibilities and the vast improbability of what I could have seen. I can't explain it. Bonus file written by, it's Matt, The Shadow of Nightmares. When I moved in with my now ex-girlfriend, she told me she would frequently jolt awake and see a shadowy figure standing in a room or at the foot of her bed or even sitting on the bed. She said that no matter where she was living, she had seen it. I never thought much of it. I told her about sleep paralysis and told her about some things to ease it. One night around 3 a.m., I got shook awake by a hysterical girlfriend just screaming, and I can't understand her. I look on her side of the bed and see this tall, shadowy figure. I asked who it was. I wanted to sound tough, but I'm pretty sure my voice cracked. I didn't wait for an answer. I lunged at this thing, and my girlfriend started screaming. I saw this shadowy thing on the floor and just started stomping the hell out of it while also screaming and finally telling her to turn on the lights. The thing I was stomping on was my blanket. She was screaming at first because she said she woke up with the shadowy figure standing over me and, in her words, messing with me. After I tried tackling it, she was screaming because I was yelling. I told her to sit on the bed and looked around the apartment. Didn't find anything. Freaked me the hell out. Cops appeared outdoors 10 minutes later to make sure things were okay. Probably freaked a neighbor out. After that, whenever I was at my apartment, I would feel like something was watching me. After me and the girlfriend broke up and I moved out, I never felt like that again. I'm just happy that when faced with a fight or flight moment, I decided to tackle that thing, whatever it was. which was probably nothing. Bonus file: the sinister secret of our recurring nightmares. The house I used to live in, between the age of 4 and 10, had a cellar of the dank, dark kind. This cellar was accessed through a door in the kitchen. Between the kitchen and living room were the staircase leading upstairs. Every single night I had the same recurring dream that I'd fall down the staircase, feeling the fall. I'd be unable to get back up, like climbing 2 steps and falling back down 1, and that something very bad was coming up from the cellar to get me. Having this nightmare every single night was no fun at all, but it stopped when we moved houses. It was only a few years back. I'm almost 40 now. I was out having a few beers with my sister. We got talking and she mentioned having a recurring nightmare when she was a child. Yep, you guessed it. We ended up finishing each other's sentences as we both had the exact same recurring nightmare in that property. My mother used to work part-time at a teacher's college, and I did the odd evening bartending at the small bar they had on site. It was rumored to be haunted, and I've heard of all sorts of strange tales that the staff there have spoken about. One particular evening, we headed down the long dead-end hallway. The bar was on the left at the bottom, and the site manager's office on the right at the bottom. The door to the bar was locked, so we turned 180 to get the key out of the manager's office. Only thing is, our key for the manager's office wouldn't turn. We tried for a few minutes trying the door, nothing. It was like we had the wrong key, although we only had the one key, and it had always worked before. Anyway, we decided to go find the security guy who would have a spare. We walked maybe 10 feet up the corridor when my mother realized that the manager didn't start for another half hour, so we just have to keep trying. We turned around, walked back, and the door was now half open. Now this corridor is a complete dead end at the side. The room was empty, no one came past us, and when we opened the bar, also empty. This final story also involves the same location as the second story, the teacher's college. My father used to drop me off and collect me when I do bar work there, as I hadn't passed my test at the time. The drive up to the college was through a few country lanes, and then down a long driveway of around a quarter of a mile, surrounded by lawns and odd bush. When my father collected me this particular evening, it was pitch black out. We were driving out, down the long drive, when bright green smoke rushed in. It went from one side of the road, across in front of our headlights, and over to the other side of the grounds, like a snake. It was swirling like it was in a long glass cylinder and didn't disperse. I completely crapped myself, and it was a few seconds before I asked my father if he saw it too. He claims now that it was someone burning leaves, but at the time he was as shook up as I. Case file number 1180, written by A.T. Caver, The Lake of Alchemy. I was hiking around a local lake last year. Now, this particular lake is known for its coyote population, and it's 100% legal to hunt them on public land. I had taken my rifle out to do some hunting, but decided to give it up after an hour and just take some nature-type photos. I took my rifle back to the car and ventured out with just my camera and my marine surplus K-bar strapped to my belt. I had just taken some sweet pics of a red-tailed hawk when I began to hear the bushes rustling. I turned around to watch a couple of mangy coyotes hop out of the bushes. Me, being a quick thinker, snapped a couple pics of the coyote, then dropped my camera. I held eye contact with them as I drew my K-bar in a defensive backhand grip. I knew I was probably going to die, but I wanted to show defiance in the face of death. I started whispering something about taking them with me when a rock came flying out of the stream behind me and caught one coyote right on the nose. I didn't turn around until they bolted, but I definitely heard no sounds of retreating from behind me. When the coyotes had gone, I turned around. The water was being displaced in a perfect circle in the middle of the stream. I could feel a slight change in the air. I felt that I needed to say something. I simply stated, "Well played, thanks," accompanied by a nod. I sensed some new feeling in the air and felt that the being was nodding. Suddenly, I was coming on my back next to my car after dark. I checked my camera, which was lying next to me, and there were no pictures on it at all from that afternoon. Bonus file, written by Bending Betty, The Secrets of the African Burial Site. I grew up in a haunted house. Crap only went down after my parents started digging to put in a pool. The builders unearthed an African burial site. Some other things that have happened since then. Kitchen. We'd go to bed with dishes in the sink every night. About once every 3 months, we'd wake up with the dishes in the drying rack all sparkly clean. My parents bought new cutlery twice while living there. On both occasions, we'd find all the cutlery lined up in rows on the kitchen floor. We were constantly woken by the cupboards opening and slamming shut. A few times, you'd walk into the kitchen and every single cupboard and drawer would be wide open. Passage. Every single night, you could hear 2 little girls playing outside our rooms at night. We'd hear giggles, running and skipping. The worst was the whispers, though. I don't know if they were whispering in another language, but no matter how hard you tried, you could never make out what they were saying. If anyone opened the doors, the sounds would stop instantly. Entertainment room. There was one ghost that lived in this room, and she was the first one to actually show herself to us. She was black and in her late teens. Everyone felt this intense fear when she showed herself. She was always sitting and her movements were never smooth, always jerking as if she was lagging. I had a feeling that she couldn't walk. There was so much anger and hate that came off of her. My bedroom. It was added when the pool was built. For some reason, it became the hotspot of activity. There was a man that would walk through my window, up next to my bed, and just stare at me. I would always hide under the covers. I would wake up just before he came through the window because the room would get insanely cold. I referred to him as Jesus because he looked just like the Jesus guy from Sunday school that we'd have to color in. We lived right next to the beach, so you could always hear the waves crashing. Some nights I would wake up with absolutely no sound, as if all the sound had been sucked up. It was terrifying, but would always get much worse. After about 30 seconds of the silence, a baby would start screaming. The rest of the house would slowly wake up to the crying baby, but I was the only one that ever experienced the silence before the crying started. The year before I moved out of my parents' house, I woke up when a man entered my room. I wasn't scared. He looked nothing like my father, but for some reason my brain told me it was okay. He's my dad. He won't hurt me. This guy bends over me, gets his face right up in front of mine, smiles, and then kisses me. He then says he loves me, and I have made him the proudest papa possible. My dad hasn't kissed me since I was 7, and neither me nor him have ever referred to him as papa. I had a friend and his girlfriend over. He had experienced some of the crap that had gone down in my room, and she was keen to see something because she thought it was cool. We were smoking and playing some Xbox. Suddenly, the power went out. We sat around the camera light from a phone, smoking and talking crap. My friend's girlfriend decides to say out loud, "If there really are spirits here, can't you turn the lights on?" Less than a second after she said that, my fish tank's light came on. It keeps getting brighter and brighter until the room is filled with a light so bright I had to close my eyes. There was a loud bang and I opened my eyes to complete darkness. Friend's girlfriend got so scared she peed herself on my bed. Parents' room. Second ghost to show themselves. A young black girl in her best Sunday clothes would just stand in the corner smiling at you. She was immensely friendly, but it felt like she couldn't see you, like she was looking at something else. Her eyes and smile would be in your direction, just never felt like it was meant for you. Case file number 1181, written by E. Bunny, surviving an explosive incident against all logic. Keeping with the parents' intuition, back in high school, I twisted my ankle pretty badly, severing ligaments and all, in my gym class. My high school was about 1 kilometer, 1.6 miles, away from my house, and there was a stair bridge I had to cross to get home. Since I couldn't even put my foot on the ground and wasn't used to the crutches yet, my mom would drop me off at school and give me a ride home. It was November, and I'd finished class almost at 7 p.m., so it was dark and very cold. I'd been waiting for my mom to pick me up for nearly 20 minutes, which was very unusual. I was hurting, cold, and hungry. Honestly, getting a bit angry because I had tried phoning home and her cell phone and no one was picking up. When I finally decided I would have to try and make it home by foot, she appeared. I waddled to the car and asked her where she had been. She told me she was home. I got angry and raised my voice a little, but she just apologized and said that she just couldn't bring herself to get out of the house. She knew I was out in the cold waiting for her, but she just couldn't leave because she had a bad feeling about it, and her instinct was telling her to wait a bit longer to go pick me up. I asked her how bad it was, but she couldn't explain it. Like I said, my ankle was hurting and by now I was beyond hungry, so I just told her to forget about it and let's go home. Midway home, we were caught in traffic, and this bus on the other lane passed by, and at the same time I heard a boom and felt a little shake. I say to my mom that I think the bus blew a tire. She says that wasn't a tire blowing up. The traffic eases up and we start moving. A little closer to home, we hear sirens, fire trucks and ambulance sirens. We get to the back of our neighborhood and there's shattered glass everywhere in the road and sidewalks. We parked behind our building complex and saw that one of the cafe owners, we have shops below the apartments, was bleeding from his head. Now we're getting really concerned and go to the front of the complex. I kid you not when I tell you it looked like a war zone. Dust-covered cars and trees, and there was so much debris on the ground that you could not see the floor. I am 1.71 meters tall, almost 5'7", and I had debris up to my knees. Underneath the building in front of mine, all the cars had been crushed by what looked like massive pieces of cement and marble. I looked up and then I saw it. The last 3 floors of the building were missing. A couple of pillars held the last floors, but all the walls were completely gone. It was obvious then there was an explosion. Firemen and EMTs everywhere taking people to an improvised triage tent. We ran home. The door at the entrance of our building, an iron door, had completely come off its hinges. We got up the stairs and our door was completely fine. We get in and nothing looks out of the place until we open the bedroom doors. There was a massive hole in all 3 bedrooms where the windows were supposed to be. The metal window cases and the blown-up shutters were inside the bedroom on top of the furniture and glass was everywhere. In my bedroom, even the computer keys were missing. Right where I would have been seated at the computer, there was a huge cement rock. Had I been home, I would have been hit by the explosion waves, glass and debris. And had we not been stuck in traffic, our car could have been one of the crushed ones, with us inside. I never gave much thought to my mom's feelings, but I'm glad she got this one. Even weirder, no one was where they were supposed to be that night. Everyone got home late, and those that were home got away with just cuts and scrapes. We were all beyond lucky that night. Case file number 1182, written by Captain Stupendous, the StarCraft expansion that didn't exist. Back in 1998, my girlfriend and I were at Comp USA browsing the PC games. We found an expansion pack for StarCraft, and I remember being surprised that it was released so soon. We figured that there was no rush to buy it right then. By the next week, it was completely gone. This is where things get weird. The official expansion pack, Brood War, had not yet released. Only one unofficial expansion pack, Insurrection, was ever released. That was not the game my girlfriend and I saw at the store. The unofficial expansion pack did not feature Sarah Kerrigan, while Brood War and the box art and tech summary of this mystery game did. This was at the time before it was common knowledge that Kerrigan would be the focus of the expansion. The mystery box was white, and not the green-gray mix that was on the box of the official StarCraft expansion. Finally, this game was clearly on sale with multiple copies available, and was certainly not a bunch of dummy coming soon boxes. I ended up emailing Blizzard Entertainment to clear up the confusion. They responded that no official expansion had yet been released, nor did they send out any dummy boxes to promote the release of Brood War. Case file number 1183, written by Tatsui 1. We died, but our hearts restarted in unison. I forgot about this when I posted my first really weird memory, but it was something my mom told me when I asked about my birth and dad. I was born 3 months premature, but 3 months after my dad died, an odd coincidence. During the birth, complications arose and mine and my mom's hearts both stopped. The doctors worked for about 10 minutes before giving up. But as soon as they called it quits, both of our hearts started beating in unison before becoming independent. The doctors finished the birth with a C-section, and when they had to explain this to my mom, their best explanation was, somehow your hearts jump-started each other. As a bit of background, My mom told me she wouldn't live past 18, had me at 31, is now 51. Because she was allergic to most fruits and vegetables and also had a severe iron deficiency. When my middle brother was born, he was hospitalized on and off for 6 months due to a weak immune system. Alive but a dumbass, so there's that. On top of stabbing, shootings, riots, fires, and gas leaks, me and my family should have died many times over, yet somehow we survive each oddity. Case file number 1184, written by JSP27, The Silver Time Travelers. This was back in 2006, when I worked at a pretzel store that rhymes with candy cans in the local mall. This is during the dead afternoon days of the summer. Usually there would be just one person. At this time, I am that one person. The day was going by pretty slowly, and with no windows, time would often stand still. Cameras made it hard for us to text people and slack off. Regardless, at some unknown time, a family of 3, mother, daughter, and young son, stopped some distance from the counter and stare at me and the pretzels. I would not have thought it to be odd except for how they were dressed. They looked like they came straight out of the 1950s. The son was much younger and was in 1950s style clothing as well. I'm thinking how weird this could possibly be, but then realized that right upstairs there was a professional photography place, so they were probably dressed up for some old-timey photos. It was not until the little boy came up to the counter and asked for a pretzel that things got odd. I told him the price, $2.66, and he handed me a $1 bill. I motioned to the mother that the pretzel cost $2.66 and he was $1.66 short. She looked at me like I told her the pretzel cost $10. I mean, I understand that $2.66 was high for a pretzel, but she looked at me as if I wanted her to fork over her life savings. The little boy, not talking, hands me the dollar. I take a hard stare at it and realize that it's a silver certificate, series 1957. And this dollar bill did not look like it was almost a half-century old. It had normal wear and tear, like a series 2003 bill had at the time. It wasn't crisp, but it was still very much usable, and a bank would probably use it for further transactions. At this point, I realized that nobody else really crossed their paths the entire time, and the entertainment/music store next door was pretty dead, even for a midsummer afternoon, while pedestrian traffic just seemed to be non-existent. I hand the dollar back to the young boy, and he walks away with his mother and sister. About 10 seconds later, pedestrian traffic walked through the area of the store once again. Case file number 1185, written by Butts Are Smelly, The Time Warped Call. So this glitch starts a few weeks before the glitch. I get a call from an unknown number. It was what seemed to be a wrong number or prank, so obviously I say hello, and as soon as I say that, it disconnects. Now 2 or 3 weeks later, present day, my phone goes missing. I looked everywhere. Then, as my mom is at work, I use my grandma's phone to phone my phone to find it. So I'm calling it, but can't hear it anywhere. But then someone answers. It was the same hello I said 2 weeks ago. Obviously terrified, I disconnected from the call. I call my mom a bit later and she rings it. It was under my bed. I have no clue what happened. Case file number 1186, written by D. There were 2 versions of my daughter. 2 years ago, myself and my husband and 3 daughters were all in our own bedrooms. Myself and husband obviously share, and the 3 daughters all had their own bedrooms also. Daughters were aged 5, 8, and 17 at the time. Anyway, it was pretty late at night, and my youngest was soundly asleep, as usual at those times. However, I could hear my 8-year-old daughter in her room down the hallway still messing around on her iPad or whatever, so me not wanting to get out of bed as I was undressed and too comfortable, I just lay there. I messaged my 17-year-old and asked her to take her sister's iPad and ask her to settle down now. Their bedrooms were down the hall facing each other. My eldest texted back and said, "Okay, will do. Night, Mom." Only a minute or so had passed when I heard my eldest crying out. This was strange. So I got up, shoved a dressing gown on, and went to check what was happening. I got to her room and she was literally shaking and crying. My instant thought was, oh my god, is something wrong with my 8-year-old? Assuming my eldest had gone to settle her down as I asked, and was maybe faced with my 8-year-old hurt or something. So I immediately turned to look into my 8-year-old's bedroom, only to see her soundly sleeping in her bed. That was strange on its own because just minutes ago, I had heard her still awake and messing around. I turned to my eldest and asked, what's happened? My eldest was ghostly white, and she proceeded to tell me that when I texted her, she had gone to tell her sister to settle down, as I had asked her to do, but she saw her sister sound asleep in her bed, so figured I must have just been hearing things. Here is the freaky part. So just as my eldest was about to go back into her room, which for context is literally 1 foot away from her sister's room, she said she saw my 8-year-old daughter coming out of the bathroom right up along the corridor near her room, and she began walking towards my eldest's direction, probably to go back to her own room. My eldest, shocked, turned to look at her sister's bed again and saw her sister still in her bed sleeping, simultaneously whilst another was walking down the corridors out of the bathroom. So in effect, she was looking at 2 of my same child. My eldest was inconsolable. To be honest, I freaked out, and when she explained this to me, I asked her, well, where did the other one go? And she replied, I don't know. I was so scared, Mom, and just came back here, referring to her room. Just for context, my eldest daughter wasn't in any way, shape, or form asleep when I texted her to settle her sister, so that rules out her being in a sleep-like state and just imagining it. The corridor light was on as always, so that rules out her seeing things in the shadows. My youngest was 100% asleep, and even if it had been her, there was a massive difference in height and looks. It was undeniably my 8-year-old. Even when you bring the story up today, my eldest gets tears in her eyes from how scary the whole thing was for her. Case file number 1187, written by Nachthund. My pumpkin broke the universe. This happened 9 years ago, and talking about it today still fills me with fear. My boyfriend and I were renting a property, and we were the only people to have a key. We love Halloween and normally buy a pumpkin at least, but this year we were both working and didn't have time for it, so we didn't buy any pumpkins or decorations at all. The day after Halloween, I was getting ready to leave for work and headed down the stairs for the first time. My boyfriend was still in the bedroom when this happened. I go to the top of the stairs, and at the bottom of the stairs was a carved pumpkin, with your typical pumpkin smiley face, with a lit candle inside. The worst part is it was positioned so that it was facing the stairs. I screamed, and my boyfriend came to see what happened, and when he saw it, he freaked out too. We checked all the doors and windows, and they were all locked. Nobody else had keys to our house, and we didn't buy any pumpkins. We, to this day, have no idea how this pumpkin appeared in our house. I recently heard about this glitch in the Matrix thing, and I'm starting to think this could have been that. Let me know what you guys think. Case file number 1188, written by Sad Clown with a Big Unit. The Matrix translated my conversation. So this is a very minor glitch, but I'm still thinking about it a few days later. I'm a dealer in a casino, and I mostly do baccarat, which is very popular with Asian people. So all day at work, I rarely hear English from any of my players. A few days ago, I had a table full of some of my regulars, a group of older Vietnamese ladies. They understand English just fine, but don't speak it very well. So I'm just sitting, looking over at one of the TVs, watching hockey, while they take their time placing their bets. For everyone unfamiliar with baccarat, there's a big scoreboard on the table that keeps track of the results of the hands. Think like roulette. The ladies are all chatting, and I don't understand a word of it. But then I hear one of them say to another, "Hold on, I can't see the board. What was the last hand?" So I turned the board more in their direction and told her what the hand was. All the ladies immediately start yelling at me, "You speak Viet and not say anything?" And I'm confused and tell them I'm pretty sure she said that in English. They insist that they don't speak English to each other and joke that after listening to them all the time I must have learned something. Maybe she did say it in English and didn't notice, but the fact that all of them got excited about me possibly understanding makes me think something was weird about that situation. Case file number 1189, written by The Lindbergh Baby, The Strange Case of Seeing Myself Twice. When I was a teenager, I saw myself 2 times at my childhood home, and I can't explain it, but I will never forget it. The first time, I was walking down the stairs in my home. The stair was U-shaped, and when I got to the middle part of it, I saw the back of myself walk firmly down the last steps and turn straight to the right and into the entrance hall. I remember being really surprised, but also a bit creeped out about the way that I walked. It was really robot-like and stiff. I had no interest in following myself, so I ran to my room. I got really scared and didn't share this with anyone. The next time happened soon after the first time, when I was out playing in our yard with my siblings and our cousin. We had a big yard and a lot of trees and bushes. We were running around when I saw myself again just standing frozen between some bushes. I remember it really vividly and can even recall the blue sweater I was wearing, which was my favorite back then. I wasn't sure if I should ask the others if they could also see it, and was afraid they wouldn't believe me or get afraid themselves too, so I didn't. There was something off about the way that I was standing or something, but it gave off really unfriendly vibes. I have never experienced anything like this before, and sometimes I wonder if it really happened because there's no way for me to explain it. Case file number 1190, written by Ali Matter, The Vanishing Popcorn Shirt. Last year, I must have switched timelines in an H&M. I still don't have an explanation for what happened. I visited the H&M in Times Square in June 2022 and saw a cute popcorn tank top, like the scrunchy ones from the 90s, on a mannequin, and then some of the same shirt for sale on a rack next to the mannequin. I grabbed one to try on, and there were maybe 6 others left on the rack, including a couple in my size. I tried on the shirt in the upstairs dressing rooms and adored it, but I was trying to stay on budget and couldn't decide. So I took it back to the rack with the others to think about it, figuring they wouldn't sell out in the time it took me to put a few other things away first. All the shirts were still there. I went upstairs for 5 minutes max, put a couple shirts back on the rack, then headed back downstairs to the main floor to grab the tank top, because I couldn't stop thinking about it. I still think about the shirt, it was so cute. I walked back to the same mannequin and was surprised to see it wearing a completely different outfit. Okay, someone probably bought the clothes from the mannequin, but they're still on the rack, right? Nope, not a single shirt is left on the rack, and there are other, very different shirts in this place now. How did all the shirts sell out in 5 minutes? How did the mannequin get an entire makeover in that time? I immediately asked a nearby employee that was restocking racks if they knew what shirt I was talking about or if the mannequins had been changed recently. They had no idea what shirt I was describing and said the mannequins hadn't been changed that day. I went up to the front counter and asked 2 more employees about it and got the same answer. No one had brought the shirts to the checkout counter and no one had changed the mannequin, so where did they go? I looked around the entire store one more time, even went to the dressing room rack to see if someone had put one back. Nothing. I've scoured the internet for it. Nothing. I have no proof of this popcorn shirt other than my memory. Everything in this timeline feels the same, but my dream shirt no longer exists. Case file number 1191, written by Milky's a Duck and Dangerously Punk on Instagram. When the Moon Stares Back. Before I start, this was around 4 years ago. Since then, I've had several incidents where something like, not exactly this happens, and I remember this story again. I've told it to friends, family, therapists. Nobody is sure what caused it. If it was a sudden panic attack, but I like to think I saw something I wasn't supposed to. It was around 9 to 10 p.m., Canadian fall, so it was already pitch black outside. I had my window wide open and my curtains drawn back with my desk and laptop beside it. I might have gotten bored or just hungry, so I figured I would go downstairs, get a snack, and come back up. My door faces my window, so as soon as it opens, I look outside. I have a habit of closing my door when I leave, which makes it a real pain to balance plates and cups while trying to open it. I come back up the stairs with my plate, and I was hit with a random feeling of unease. I couldn't pinpoint it, so I ignored it and opened my door. This part is hard to explain a bit. But the moon was right outside my window. No, not the regular size moon. I mean, as if the moon had inflated massively and was standing right outside, looking into my room and directly at me, faceless. I panicked, and the dread hit. I wasn't supposed to be here. I didn't want to be here, and I have to leave. I felt it communicated this to me telepathically. Not exactly words, but as soon as I saw it, I knew, and I closed the door. I started to freak out and hyperventilate a little. Took a few minutes to calm myself down and opened my door again. The moon was back in the sky. There was no presence of the moon that I encountered. I felt relief. I closed my window and blinds daily after that. Case file number 1192, written by FSEF Islet, the mysterious savior in green flannel. I have one scenario that I have yet to be able to explain. When I was 16, a friend and I were involved in a serious car crash. We were both unconscious and were taken to a hospital in an ambulance. The only thing I remember from the crash scene was a younger guy in probably his mid-20s standing over me next to the car door. I just remember him helping me. I still remember to this day, 10 years ago, that he was wearing this green flannel shirt. Once I came to the hospital, I asked everyone at the scene who the guy was. I wanted to know because I remembered him helping me out. No one saw this guy. I spoke to everyone that was there and no one saw the guy matching that description. To this day, I have no idea who helped me at the scene. I can still picture his face and clothing perfectly, even though I don't remember anything else clearly from the crash scene. My family said it was a guardian angel. Me not being religious knows that's not true, but I have yet to be able to come up with an explanation. So maybe. Case file number 1193, written by Jelly Rolls Rock, When Food Transcends Time and Space. I was doing some stuff in the kitchen and decided to eat a chocolate macaroon that had been sitting there for a while. My girlfriend was in the bathroom, which is 2 doors further into the hallway. As I took a bite, my girlfriend yelled, "Are you having something with chocolate?" I was, still am, shook. I walked into the bathroom with half of the macaroon sitting in my mouth. We both looked at each other in complete shock. She told me she suddenly had a faint chocolate flavor in her mouth, but wasn't eating any. She didn't even have any chocolate that day. One could maybe say it has to do with smell, but that dry macaroon had no smell left at all. Would have been too far away anyway. Still weirds us out. She thinks this is meant to be. I'm thinking glitch. Case file number 1194, written by Walla Walla Rhubarb, The Curse of the Old Trunk. My brother and I were getting paid to clean out old junk from this house that just so happened to be one of the oldest houses in town. We went to church with the couple that owned it, and it had been in their family for a few generations. We were working with the couple's grandson and his buddy. The house was full of typical old people junk, ancient furniture, newspapers, and random crap. We were greenlit to strip the house of anything inside except for an old trunk in the attic full of old tools, hammers, drills, etc. Apparently, the lady's grandfather built the house with those very tools. My brother and I had no problem with that, seeing as this was the biggest damn trunk we've ever seen. Her grandson and his buddy didn't really care and ended up taking some of the better conditioned tools with them. Fast forward a week, we are at a church when the part where people say what they are praying for comes up. Someone says the name of the couple's grandson. We don't think much of it until after Mass when the old lady walks up to us. We ask her what happened to her grandson. She tells us that he was in a pretty bad accident because he lost control of his truck. Then she asked us in a serious tone if we took any of the tools from the trunk and that if we did, we needed to give them back. We told her no, we didn't, but her grandson did. She said she knew because he had them still in the bed of his truck when he crashed. I later found out they sold the house, which promptly burned down soon after. Part of me believes it's because whoever bought the place threw out those old tools. Case file number 1195, written by Anonymous. My real-life X-Files experience on a desolate highway. I can't say for sure what happened to me that night, but here is what I know. I was driving home for the weekend from school at Indiana University. It takes me about 2 hours to get home, and I left Bloomington around 10 p.m. At exactly 10:53, I am on a rural stretch of the 2-lane highway I take home, and I notice what appears to be flashing lights behind me. I thought, great, I'm getting pulled over. so I turned onto the next county road about a quarter mile from where I noticed the lights. As the car came to a stop, and I started to open my glove box to get out my registration and proof of insurance, the lights suddenly disappeared, and no one drove past. Now, here is where the story takes a turn for the weird, and I'm sure you guys will think I'm just making it all up, because it really does seem like something straight out of a typical UFO movie or story. The electronics in my car started to go haywire. The radio was randomly changing stations while the volume kept going up and down, while the dome light and headlights started to flicker and turn off and back on. This was at 10:56 p.m. I start thinking to myself that my battery must be failing, or else I have a short somewhere in the electric system on my car. So I lean down to pop the hood so I can take a look at the battery, and that is the last thing I remember doing. The next thing I know, I open my eyes and see nothing but the night sky full of bright stars. It was a cold night, and it seemed like I had never seen stars that bright in my life. I sat up and looked around and saw absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. I was in the middle of a field, surrounded by corn stalks left over from the recent harvest. As I started to come to my senses, I started to freak out. Where am I? Why the hell am I asleep in the middle of a field? Where the hell is my car? I got up and started walking towards the distant headlights I could see from a road about a half-mile away. When I got to the nearest intersection, I looked at the signs which read 350 north and 50 west. I was a half-mile away from my car, which was just right off the main road. I started walking towards the headlights I could see on the main road. I can't say how long it took me to walk the half-mile, but it couldn't have been more than 10 or 15 minutes. When I arrived at my car, all the lights were out. My battery had died, which struck me as odd because I couldn't have been gone for that long. I looked at my phone, which was sitting on the passenger seat, and the time was 2:17 a.m. Over 3 hours had passed since I turned off onto the side of the road for the flashing lights behind me. I remember sitting in my car completely dumbfounded, wondering what the hell had just happened to me. After about an hour and a half of just sitting there, I remembered that my battery was dead, so I got on the phone and called AAA to come out and give me a jump. It took about an hour for them to get out to me since I was a good distance away from the nearest town, during which time I just sat in silence, running through the possible scenarios in my head concerning what had just happened. To this day, I couldn't tell you what really happened to me that night. All I know is I can't think of any plausible explanations as to why I woke up over a half-mile away from my car in the middle of a cornfield more than 3 hours after I had stopped. I have only shared this story with one other person, my uncle. I am sure people would either look at me like I'm crazy, or they would call bullcrap on the whole story, and I can't blame them. If somebody came to me with a story like that so closely mirrors a stereotypical encounter story, I probably wouldn't believe them either. Bonus file written by Robeck 1981. Ghostly whispers stuns unsuspecting couple. My girlfriend and I went to a theme park for the day that was about 2.5 hours away. I'm driving us back home, and by an hour in, I'm exhausted, so I pull over to walk around at the first place I can. This place was dark and terrifying. It was just pavement with undeveloped land on one side, freeway on the other, and lanes for vehicle access. It's close to midnight. Like an idiot, I get out and walk around the car. I get back in, and my girlfriend and I both hear a woman's voice murmur something. Without speaking, we both look in the back seat where the sound came from. Nothing was there. "Did you say something?" I asked. "No. Did you say something?" she asked. We both check our phones. They're muted / on vibrate. I check the radio. It's off. The car is off. No one is around. It's completely dark. Needless to say, we left pretty quickly, and to this day, I can't explain where that voice came from. Case file number 1196, written by Pound Town. I witnessed my nephew's resurrection. I always tried to convince myself that this was just my imagination going wild in a time of crisis. When my nephew was about 4 years old, we were at a picnic for a family reunion type thing at my uncle's house. In their backyard, they had this totally bitchin' treehouse that had a slide that went over a small creek. The treehouse was about 30 feet off the ground. It was the middle of summer, and the water had dried up in the creek, leaving only exposed rocks. I guess more like small boulders. They were about 3 feet in diameter, pretty solid. My nephew and the other kids were playing in the treehouse, all taking turns going down the slide, and no one was really paying attention. How it happened is still truly not known, but we do know that somehow my nephew fell off the slide at the highest point and fell head first into the dried up creek bed. The sound was the first thing everyone noticed. It sounded like a gunshot, this extremely loud cracking. Everyone at the picnic was silent at this point. I vividly remember running over to the creek to see what had happened, and every time I think about this day, I get the same image in my head. I remember seeing him laying on the flat rock, blood everywhere, and he's not moving. It's a really graphic image I get. Basically, his head is caved in. This thought is always followed by something I can only describe as static, if that makes sense. I don't remember what really happened, but my next memory is of my nephew laying on a bench, no blood, completely awake but crying really loudly. An ambulance came and took him to the hospital, and he only ended up with a concussion and some scratches and bruises. It still sticks with me though. I know what I saw, and I can't explain why I saw it. It feels like a memory, but it's not. I've never been a religious person, and I'm still not into organized religion, but I stopped being an atheist after that day. Case file number 1197, written by TL7LMT, The Power of Pure Love. This is my first memory. I was a toddler, and my dad and I drove into town. First, this was amazing because I come from a large family and my dad worked 6 days a week. None of us ever got alone time with dad. So right off, this was special, a happy occasion for me. I remember sliding across the seat a bit when we went around curves. This was in the days long before mandatory car seats or even seatbelts. So we get to the store. My dad sets me down on the floor. I toddled over to some shelves, and I can remember looking down at my chubby knees and thinking, it's incredible that I can get around on these 2 legs and have my hands free to touch stuff. I was really, really young. I looked back at my dad, who was talking to some guy in a green apron, and they both smiled at me, so reassured. I kept exploring. Then I saw my very first black person. She was probably about 40, with a dusty old dress and headscarf, really run-down shoes, and a sullen, older child walking behind her. I was fascinated, so I toddled after her, got her attention, and lifted my arms up to be picked up. She looked around, so I did too. Dad was nodding his head at her, so she picked me up. She had the most beautiful colored skin, and it was so soft. I was stroking her face in awe of it when I noticed tears were trickling down her face. Somehow I knew she suffered because of her beautiful skin, and I laid my head over her chest and patted her shoulder with my hand. In my baby talk, I told her that it would be okay, that when she returned to her real home, heaven, she would be joyful and at peace, and all her suffering would be rewarded with angel songs and love. I told her that when she got home, no one would care about the color of her skin. I saw all of this in my mind, and I was explaining this to her, and she just held me and let me coo at her. Eventually, she let me down, and I toddled happily over to Dad, who picked me up and took us back home. Years later, I asked my mom how old I was when I learned to walk, and she proudly stated that all her kids were walking by the age of 1 year old. Dad remembered this day too. He was amazed that I remembered it. I did not begin any formal religious training until I was 5 years old, so I had no conception of religion. I certainly knew nothing about racial disparity. At that point, we didn't even have a TV. This was in Western New York about 1958. More cows than people where I lived. It's not a creepy story, but I can't explain how I knew what I knew that day. I was just too young to know any of it. Creepy file number 100, written by Viva22. Tuxedo-clad stranger leaves girl bewildered. One time, when I was walking home from campus late at night, around 2 a.m., my university has dorms and I've been visiting a friend, and a kinda nice-looking car drove up on the sidewalk next to me. Now, considering the fact that I am not a very large girl, I thought I was about to have to fight off a kidnapper. So this guy steps out of the driver's side of the car in a full tuxedo and walks up to me and goes, "Miss, I just wanted to tell you that you look beautiful tonight." Then he promptly got back in his car and drove away. I never really understood what happened, but thanks for the compliment. Case file number 1198, written by Taylor Flaw. The Uninvited Observers. I was watching Lost on my computer one night in college. It was the episode where Juliet is down at the bottom of a hole. I won't say more for spoilers, but watch it. I had paused the episode at some point after she fell down the hole because I had to go to bed. I turned off my computer monitor and went to sleep. 3 in the morning, I'm woken up by the sounds of coughing and wheezing. I start freaking out because it's so loud and directly inside of my room. I turn on the lights and realize it's just one episode of Lost unpausing itself, and Juliet is down in that hole making dying noises. I turn off my computer, reassured that technology is just a jerk. I go back to sleep. Then the weird moment happens. I get back into bed. Not a minute goes by before I hear 2 voices. The first says, "Do you like the room?" The second voice only says, "Yes." My eyes pop open and I feel like they're going to escape my head. The sound I have no explanation for. I jump out of bed and go to my computer to make sure it's turned off. It is. I had roommates at the time, so I think maybe it's a prank, and I search my entire room for one of them. Nothing. I give up and go back to bed, but basically keep my eyes open for the rest of the night, waiting for another voice. I still have no idea what happened that night. Any theories would be fantastic. Case file number 1199, written by USSC, The Logic-Defying Car. I feel like I'm a little late to the game, but I'll share my experience anyways. Last summer, a friend and I were coming back from a weekend trip and were traveling along a country highway. This was around 1 or 2 in the morning, and you almost never see a car, but we were slowly catching up to a black car. Now this guy was going at a good clip, so we were ecstatic to follow him. 20 minutes later, we were still behind him and just passing through a small town. We get to the other side of town and get held up at a red light. Light turns green and the guy gets up to speed. Fast. My buddy isn't willing to go as fast as this guy is going. He was going maybe 130 kilometers in a 90. Anyways, the guy is maybe 200 feet ahead of us and his taillights just vanish as if he's gone over a hill or off the road. We knew this stretch of the highway where there were no turns, no hills, and no side roads. My friend and I were curious, so we tried to catch up. He maxed his car out and we were going 170 for a good few minutes. We never caught him and could see for a long distance there were no lights. Freaked us both out, and we concluded that the car had vanished. Case file number 1200, written by Anonymous, Unraveling the Premonition Puzzle. When I was about 14, I was driving back home from a show with some friends. It was pretty late at night, and not only do I live pretty far in the middle of nowhere, but I had the house to myself that night. My mom was with her boyfriend. Naturally, the smartest thing to do is to get on the subject of ghost stories. We go back and forth a bit, swapping stories, when all of a sudden, a really strange feeling washes over me, and I have a premonition of finding this old picture of me and my recently deceased grandmother. I had been feeling very guilty at that time for not spending enough time with my grandparents. It was an old photo of me and her when I was probably about 9, with bleached blonde hair at one of my soccer games. I hadn't seen it in years and years, but somehow I just had a feeling that I was going to find it. It was a very strange feeling that I couldn't shake for the rest of the night. The next morning I wake up and my mom tells me that before I go out and do anything for the day, I'll have to tidy up my messy room. I'm shoving miscellaneous items in this compartment I have in my dresser in my room. It's an open compartment with a horizontal divider that slips in, dividing the space in half. I'm digging around in the compartment, which I hardly use in the first place, when I see a red paper folder pressed up against the back of the compartment, lodged in there by the divider. I see it and somehow I already knew immediately what I'm going to find inside. I open it up and sure enough, the only thing in that folder was the exact picture I had the premonition about the night before. Not exactly creepy, but to me it was proof that there are forces at play in the universe that we just don't yet understand. Case file number 1201, written by Aristotle's Ball Collection, The Darkened Deck Anomaly. So this just happened to me and my 2 friends earlier tonight. Basically, I have a back deck with French doors that open up directly into my lounge room, and when you sit outside on the deck, the light from the lamp in the lounge room shines out into the deck, partially illuminating it. When it's turned on, of course. When we go out into the deck to smoke, just before doing so, make it a point to turn off the lamp so we can enjoy the atmosphere of smoking in the dark. Once outside, one of my mates turns on the flashlight on his phone. This is important later, so we can get settled, sort out seats, etc. So we spark it up, engage in conversation, and a considerable amount of time passes until I notice the lamp from inside shining on my friend's face, but not in a way that it suddenly turned on and I noticed, more that it had been on the entire time and I only noticed afterwards. I pause mid-conversation and ask the other two if that light had been on the whole time. They stop and look at me before one of them says that it has, and we didn't turn it off when we came outside, which seems fine, till I remember the flashlight we turned on in order to see because it was pitch freaking black. We begin to analyze the situation, and all recall vivid memories of only seeing the amber of the substance we were smoking and never being able to make out each other's faces in the darkness. We also can't recall which of us turned off the lamp when we made a point of doing so earlier, but none of us actually noticed it turning on the whole time. It was only until I pointed it out that we realized none of it adds up. What the hell happened? Also, none of my family were at home at the time. It was just us. Case file number 1202, written by Tortoise Defect. An entire train platform vanished. Happened to me last month. It was around 2 p.m. as I got off the train on a busy stop as per my usual daily routine. Now, during the afternoon hours, there are usually quite a few people patiently waiting by the train platform, normally between 10 to 20 soon-to-be passengers in line. There were also plenty of folks on the train that was on, so walking out from the front end of the train, I look down the long stretch of the train platform before heading out of the station, and I see it's completely empty. Not a single person in sight getting on or off. I hear no audible conversations. The train itself is pretty much dead silent. My footsteps are the only sound echoing across a long, underground platform, and against the prevalent silence, my wooden soles are loud, click-clacking as I'm walking towards the station exit. Glancing back into the train I had just exited, all I see are eyes meeting back at mine, all staring at the lone person leaving the station platform. Just spooky. Bonus file written by Siphon the Enigma. Haunting tales from the Frontier Living program. During the summers of high school and college, I worked at a large Boy Scout camp in Southwest Virginia. The property is 17,000 acres of dense wilderness with 2 base camps and several backcountry outposts. Over the years, there have been plenty of strange occurrences. I'll do my best to recount a few of them. One year after the summer session had ended, a few of us stayed in camp to hang out and help with some final winterizing before heading back to school. One of our tasks was to clean up the empty staff cabins and shower house. To give you an idea of the layout of the staff camp, it was basically a parking lot with 2 large cabins for the senior staff on the west side, a shower house with pseudo-outdoor stalls like you'd find at a state park on the south side, and several smaller cabins for the junior staff on the east side. Since all of us remaining were in the senior cabin, we went through and swept out all the junior cabins and made sure the porch lights were off and did the same with the shower stalls. That night, while chilling on our porch, we looked across the parking lot and 3 porch lights were on in the junior staff cabins. No one else had been in camp but the 4 of us, and none of us had any reason to go back and turn on the lights. The next night, we noticed a light on in the shower house, which had been fully cleaned and each stall padlocked. We were using the nice bathrooms and showers in the admin building at this point. Upon investigation, we discovered that the stall with the light on was still locked from the outside. When we unlocked it to turn off the light, there was evidence the bathroom had been used. Another summer again, after all the campers were gone, a similar small group of us were down by the lake in canoes, fishing and screwing around. It was about dusk, and I noticed a light on the side of the hill behind the lake. It was like a normal incandescent bulb, but it was shining through the trees in an area far from any camp buildings. I pointed it out to the others, and we kind of stared at it for a few minutes until another one appeared. It didn't appear abruptly, but seemed to slowly brighten out of nothing like a dimmer switch. After a few more minutes, another one appeared in the same way. At this point, 2 of the guys paddled to shore and jumped in the truck to go check it out. though where the lights were coming from was pretty dense woods on a steep hill with no access by road or trail. As soon as we heard the truck get up to the top of the hill, the lights faded out. They walked down through where we had seen them, but didn't find anything that could have been a light source. One of the wilderness camps about a 2-mile hike from base camp is used once a week for the first-year campers for their overnighters. This camp is at the edge of the property, with a road running by it and a creek on the opposite side. One of my friends who was director of the first-year program for several years has on multiple occasions heard the sounds of scouts playing in the creeks across the road, only to find no one when he goes to yell at them to go back to campsite. Another of our outposts is a frontier living program where the campers live like 1840s era pioneers. The staff even wear period attire. On occasion, they have seen a man walking through the camp early in the morning dressed like a Union soldier from the Civil War. Even some adult leaders have reported seeing him, with no prior knowledge of his sightings. At the same frontier living outpost, the camp director's cabin is about 40 yards from one of the campsites. Teenage boys tend to be loud and keep late hours, so the camp director is sometimes kept awake by their rowdiness. Once they were getting pretty out of hand, and it was almost 1 in the morning. Out of exasperation, the camp director just yelled, "Shut up!" into the darkness without even getting out of bed. The noise died away instantly. Puzzled, he wondered how they had heard him over their own noise when he was that far away inside the cabin with all the doors and windows closed. Then he realized that it was Saturday night between sessions and that there was no one in that campsite. Case file number 1203, written by Plotted Unit 1, Twisted Blood. When I was 6 years old, my sister was in the living room and I was playing in the upstairs hallway. I was getting really loud, so my sister yelled that I needed to shut up. I started walking down the stairs and called her fat face and leave me alone. My sister then grabbed the remote and threw it at me. Usually that would not be a big deal to me. We housed around roughly all the time, but the remote hit me in the face. My nose started gushing blood and the remote was broken where you could see the circuit board and the body of the remote. I hunched over crying, holding my nose. As I stood up to go downstairs to tell my mom, something strange happened. I was at the top of the stairs. I didn't walk up the stairs after my sister hit me. I looked at my hands. There was no blood. I went into the bathroom in the hall, and I looked fine. No swelling, no blood stains, nothing. When I looked down the stairs, my sister was still sitting on the couch with the remote in her hand. When I told my sister this, she thought I was crazy. I told her about it again now that we are older, and she thinks it might have been a false memory. But I remember what I was wearing, the toys, how the hit in the nose felt, in perfect detail. I think it was some weird déjà vu thing. Bonus file written by Anonymous, The Ghostly Breath. I've told this story before, some months ago, but it's pretty creepy. My parents live in a nice center chimney cape just outside of Kennebunkport, Maine. The house was built around 1760 and moved to its current location in the 80s. It has sporadic paranormal activity, most of which I never experienced as they purchased the house after I moved to another state for college. One bitterly cold January, I was staying with my parents on my winter break from school. I think it was my sophomore year. An 18th century house is always a drafty mess, and with the wind whipping over the field and slamming onto the side of the house, it was damn near frigid inside. We were earning our stripes that year. My little sister, who is 7 years my junior, and I were sharing a big bed in one of the downstairs front rooms. Sharing beds makes a big difference when it's wicked cold outside. I woke up at about 8 a.m. to an almost empty house. My parents were away, and my younger brother was asleep in another room far across the house, so it was just my sister and I in the main house. As I'm lying there trying to build up the will to leave the warm bed, I start hearing a strange noise. It sounds distinctly like someone having a great deal of difficulty breathing. Long, raky, phlegmy breaths. I think to myself, crap, my little sister must have one hell of a cold. After about 20 seconds of this, I roll over to check on her as she really sounds like she's going to die. Except she's silent as a church mouse, wide awake, facing me. As soon as I see her face, I realize she's not making the sound, and she can hear it too. She whispers, "That's not you?" The sound is continuing even as we have a panicked whispered exchange. It's clearly coming from the bed, and it's not quiet or subtle at all. In utter disbelief, we jumped out of the bed, the struggling breathing still carrying on. We checked under the bed, all over the room, nothing. Finally it stops. We never heard it again, nor has anyone else in the family. An interesting aside, we researched the history of the house a little later, and it turns out the owners in the first quarter of the 19th century, Charles and Sally Eaton, had a bit of a rough time in the house. Between 1820 and 1830, Sally and 6 of the 9 children died of consumption, tuberculosis, in the house. I believe we may have been hearing one of those unfortunate souls' death rattle. Bonus file written by Sparkle Biscuit, The Enigma of Paradise Road. Back in high school, my boyfriend, his friends, and I decided to explore some well-known haunted places in our area. We'd never done it before, but it was midnight on a Tuesday and we were bored. We looked up places online to find the places with the most interesting backstories and lore, and stumbled across stories about this one road called Paradise Road. There was an extensive message board explaining how people had seen dark figures or headless raccoons, cars would randomly stop working while driving through the road, and so on. We ventured onto this road, which took us a total of about 3 hours due to it being in the middle of nowhere and during a time where smartphones didn't exist. But once we turned on the road, we were all pretty excited. We decided to drive through the road once, just to get a feel of it. It was a pretty short road, and driving as slow as 5 miles an hour took us about 2 to 3 minutes to drive through. It was surrounded by these really tall woods, so when looking out the window, all you could see was trees. When we turned around to drive back the other direction, that's when all of a sudden dozens of little gold lights appeared in between the trees. They looked like they were floating Christmas lights, and they would hover slightly. Keep in mind it was 3:30 a.m. on a cold November rainy day, and we were all sober. I freaked out when I saw the lights and looked away, and when I looked back, they were all gone. I asked my friends, "Did you guys see that?" And they responded with yes. I'm not sure what it was, but it was pretty surreal and dreamlike. The weirdest thing was we weren't even expecting that. There was no description of lights or orbs appearing on the road, from what we read. I personally did not leave the car to explore because I was too scared, but my friends did, and they said they could hear faint screaming and whispering to get out of the woods. Case file number 1204, written by EXP 10510N. World War II, supernatural style. When I was about 11, we lived in Germany. My dad was in the army, so we lived in old houses that probably date back to World War II. Anyways, this place we stayed at in Wiesbaden gave my family no small amount of tales. The most repeated tale is the night my little brother woke up screaming. He had to have been 7 or 8 at the time. He wakes the whole house, screaming bloody murder. This is not normal behavior for him, and I honestly can't recall him ever doing it before or since, but that night he was screaming. He claims to have seen a black figure at the foot of his bed, just solid black. He says the thing just stood there, but the vibe he got wasn't "let's be friends." He said he could feel the hatred. Dad was the first to burst in, and I only found out maybe about 2 years ago that he saw the same thing just before turning the light on. Same house. My mom is home alone during the day with my other little brother, who was a baby at this time. She hears sounds in the kitchen, like a spoon scraping against a bowl, and starts going to it thinking it's my dad, who did sometimes come home for lunch. Goes into the kitchen, nothing there. And finally, the baby brother had a teddy bear that sang the Lord's Prayer when you pressed the button on his hand. My younger siblings and I were in the living room watching TV, and heard a little demon bear start its prayer from down the hallway, nowhere near us. Combined with the general sense of uneasiness that house caused, I really want to go back there someday, if only to see if what I remember is tinged by the fact that I was young, and wonder how much is just family lore that gets grandiose with time. Case file number 1205, written by Anonymous. An impossible message on a dead phone. When I was around 9 to 10 years old, I had an old singular wireless cell phone my grandma let me play with. I liked playing Snake. It hadn't been in service for years. Eventually, the battery was so shot it wouldn't hold enough of a charge to stay powered on. One night in the summer, we had a line of pretty nasty storms roll in. I love thunderstorms during the day, but after the storms that rolled through the southeast in '02, killed 11 people in my town, any sign of thunder after dark spooked me. I was just laying down for bed as they started. I was saying my evening prayers as I always did. Of course, I was asking for protection from the storms. 5 minutes later, the cell phone came on. Then it made a ding. I looked at it, and it had a text message. It read, "I love you, and I will." I took it to my mom quickly, and had her look up the area code. Somewhere in Illinois. So I went to sleep. I didn't connect the dots in my head for a few days. My jaw dropped when I realized what happened. When digging for the phone in my mess of a room, nothing on it. My younger brother had done a factory reset on it, playing with it. Case file number 1206, written by KRock7, The Hidden Threads of Premonition. One morning I was in my kitchen making breakfast. I had been up for about 30 minutes and didn't remember any of my dreams from the night. My mom had just left to run some errands and she phoned me, asking if I could manually close the garage door because the sensors were messed up. As soon as she started saying this, I instantly remembered that I dreamed of it happening the night before. Later that day, my buddy picked me up. We were just going to chill. He said he wanted to buy a guitar and learn how to play. He had never mentioned this before, so we went to a music store. We walked in, and there was a guy at the counter holding a ukulele, and I had an instant memory of dreaming that I was in the store and pissing around with a ukulele. There was one more event that day that, upon occurring, I immediately remembered dreaming it the night before. I still don't know how to explain it, although someone said that sometimes when a person's anxious, their soul leaves the body and travels through time throughout the night, if you believe that sort of thing. Creepy file number 101, written by Strange, the sinister Russian counselor. I live near a camp that I used to attend as a child. When I was 7, there was a counselor at the camp who was Russian. The camp has a very large staff exchange program with many different countries, and very weird at that. Counselors said he was incredibly fast, and during staff-only campfires, he would catch, skin, and eat live rabbits. He could do this crazy sleeper hold move. It essentially was a strangling move that knocked you out for a few seconds. You came to and were fine a minute later. I saw him do it on a counselor once. The guy was out for about 10 seconds. He was forbidden to do it after that. However, the kids got curious and started asking him to do the move. He would do it in secret, but he would increase the severity of his holds, which in turn would keep the kid knocked out for a longer period of time. One day, a camper went missing. He wasn't in his bunk, despite going to bed with his cabin that night. They did a camp-wide search, keeping us all on the soccer field for about 2 hours. The counselors even had to start searching the water. They found his body under the sailing dock, completely out cold. He was alive, but very unconscious. He had strangle marks around his neck. Everyone knew who it was. They arrested the Russian guy and deported him back to Russia. Turns out they never even sent an exchange counselor. Nobody knew who the hell he was. Case file number 1207, written by Zushiba, The Time Portal Within Portland State University. Absolute oddest thing that has ever happened to me that I think I would have believed it was a delusion if I hadn't been with someone else at the time. It was around 1998 and 1999. I was with a high school group and we were attending a conference of some sort at Portland State University. Our teacher had split us up into groups of 2, and we were assigned different presentations we were supposed to go see. We got our list of presentations and the time they were being held at, and sent on our way. Me and my classmate, Jacob, were to go to the 2nd or 3rd floor to see a talk on invasive species in Oregon, so we looked at the map and found the room we were supposed to go to. We decided to take the elevator, since we were both lazy and wanted to avoid the crowd on the stairs. So we get in the elevator and go up to, I forget if it was the 2nd or 3rd floor. I believe it was the 3rd, as I think we started out on the 2nd floor. Once we got off, we were definitely in the same building, but everything seemed duller and there was no one anywhere. The entire place looked like it was from the 60s or something. Nothing had been updated, and the entire area blocked off and taped up and dusty. All the doors leading out of the small area we were at when we got off the elevator were locked, and the windows were black. We couldn't tell if it was black paper taped over the windows or not, but we couldn't see anything through the windows on the doors. Looking out the windows onto the street, we saw cars, but no people anywhere. Keep in mind, this is in the middle of Portland, Oregon. So there should be hippies all over the place, but not a soul was seen. I finally found a door that was open and went through it, but the whole building seemed to be abandoned. So I went back to the elevator and met Jacob, who hadn't seen anything more than I did. At the time, there were several hundred people at Portland State University for this conference, so the third floor should be buzzing with activity, but we neither saw nor heard a soul. You couldn't even hear the activity downstairs. Jacob had a very uneasy feeling, and I agreed we should probably go back downstairs. So we got back on the elevator and got off on the second floor where we came from, if I recall correctly, and we were back. Bright lights and a bunch of people all over the place. We looked at the map again and found the location of our assigned presentation, and it said it was up one floor from where we were, so this time we took the stairs. We found ourselves right where we had been, but everything was shiny and new, updated, and looked like new paint. None of the doors were locked, and there were people everywhere. Looking outside onto the street, the hippies were in full frolic. I have no idea where Jacob and I went that day on the elevator, but it was probably a good thing we came back. Bonus file written by Kiran G. Horror at the Red-Eyed Mountain. I used to live in Arizona, right between a couple of mountains. One was called Superstition, with the associated rumors you'd expect. The other was Red Mountain, which was a Yavapai Indian holy site, and off-limits unless you have a permit. There are a decent amount of stories about skinwalkers and other nasty Native American beasties like the Hoofy to come out of the area. I've always had a fascination with those stories, but was never scared of them. I spent a lot of time wandering around the desert and was used to seeing all manner of wildlife, including coyotes, mountain lions, javelinas, and various deer. As we frequently did, a couple of friends and I went camping one weekend. We picked a new spot along the Gila River, within close but legal distance of the Red Mountain. We scouted it a couple weeks before, and as far as anyone could tell, it was public land and perfectly legal for us to be on. Near the river in a nice clearing free of the ever-present jumping cola. It was a beautiful night, a clear, warm, wonderful view of the Milky Way. We could hear frogs down at the river and the occasional yipping of the local coyote pack. Then, around 3 a.m., everything went quiet. You could almost feel the silence pressing down around you. We throw a couple extra logs on the fire and instinctively huddle around it. Couple minutes go by, then, from across the river, we hear the sounds of drums. No one has ever really been able to decide if they were one or two, but it sounded like a low, steady heartbeat. The sound abruptly cut off after about 10 minutes or so, and we were pretty damn relieved. Then we noticed the silence was the same, only this time, it felt like we were being watched. From the other side of the fire, one sound kicks in. It's a snuffling, shuffling sound, exactly like a javelina rooting around for a snack. Now, javelinas are cute little pigs, ranging from 50 to 90 pounds or so. This one was not cute in any sense of the word. He was grizzled, ragged, and huge, at least 4 feet at the shoulder, at least 120 pounds, and his eyes glowed red. I've never seen eyes like that. He seemed to inspect our campsite and looked at each and every one of us from across the fire. We were being assessed. I don't know for what. Suddenly, a mass of sap lit off in the fire. When the sparks died down, he was gone. Slowly, the normal nighttime sound started up again, and we passed the rest of the night in relative peace and booked it out of there the first thing in the morning. We never went back to that particular campsite again. It took a couple months before I felt comfortable outside at night. I eventually was able to go hiking on the Red Mountain with the Yavapai guide, and we resumed our weekend camping trips. I never saw anything like that javelina again, though. Case file number 1208, written by Pabi. 15 minutes to destroy the universe. My friend and I gained an extra 15 minutes or so going to class one night. It was March 26, 1977. We remember the date because it turned out to be the day the Heaven's Gate cult committed mass suicide. My friend and I took a class together at a local community college, so she would come to my house at 6 p.m., hang around for a few minutes, and we'd head off to our 6:30 class. She gets to my house at 6. We watched The Simpsons until the first commercial break, as we always did, around 6:10. We leave the house, both of us remembering seeing the dashboard clock in our car showing the correct time. It was about a 15-minute drive to school. We get to school around 6:25. I hang around for a minute with a friend who's having a smoke outside, then head in. We sat down in a fairly empty room. The clock in the classroom says 6:10. 6:10? But we assume it's wrong. My friend's watch says it's nearly 6:30, as we'd expect it to be. We wait. Eventually, people start trickling in, and class starts 20 minutes later. We're wondering what the hell is going on. My friend checks her watch a little while later in class, and it is now showing the same time as the classroom clock. Once class was over, the dashboard clock in her car was the same as her watch. We have no idea what happened, and neither have really heard a good explanation from others as to how we appeared to get out of sync with everyone else. Case file number 1209, written by Malloy Delacroix, The Mysterious Midnight Melodies. Me, my brother, and a friend were camping once when I was maybe 11 or 12, way out on our 100-acre farm in small-town Kentucky. I woke up at around 1:30 or so in the morning and could faintly hear a piano being played that sounded like it was coming out of the woods about 100 yards from our campsite. There is not a house or building or anything anywhere near that spot on our farm, so naturally I think I'm just hearing things and decide to try to go back to sleep. Then my brother, who was apparently also awake, sits up and asks me if I hear a piano. We made a dash for the house and never camped out there again. Case file number 1210, written by SB206, The Leprechaun Controlling Traffic. A few years back, I taught English in Copenhagen. The school was right in the center of the city, just off Straget for those that know Copenhagen. And as with most days, I was ambling towards my class one sunny afternoon. I was about 100 meters from Radhuspladsen, the Danish equivalent of Leicester Square and Times Square, when I heard someone loudly ranting. I turned around and there's a really short guy, red-faced, wearing a suit. He looks like an angry leprechaun, ranting and raving, and he's clearly in a huge hurry. I notice he has something in his hand which he's pointing towards the sky. Going by my instinct that this guy is an absolute lunatic, I'm expecting to see either a gun or a Bible. What I see is a device about the size of a 1980s mobile phone. The angry leprechaun approaches the junction. He points the device to the sky, presses a button, and the traffic lights immediately change. This was so strange, he was in a bright red suit. At first I convinced myself it must be a coincidence, but he repeats the trick 3 times, absolutely speeding along pavements and across roads. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and yet no one else on the street seemed to even notice. 3 years on, and I still can't decide if he was some Bond villain who loved gadgets, a crazy inventor, or an actual magical leprechaun. Case file number 1211, written by Valhalla's Weirdo. I survived a fatal car crash without a scratch. I was in the Boy Scouts when I was younger. The summer of '97, we were on our way back from a campout. Our modest troop was in a 15-passenger van with a U-Haul tow behind the trailer. I was in the middle seat, sitting up on my knees, talking to the person sitting behind me, my cousin, when all of a sudden, he just fell asleep, as well as the 2 kids sitting next to him. I looked down at the kid sitting next to me, and he was also asleep. Then the van was upside down, and I was thrown to the ceiling. It was right side up again, and I was slammed back into the seat. And lastly, it was upside down again, and this time it hit hard. I had glass in my mouth and felt like every bone in my body was broken. But I sat up after a minute and watched someone crawl out through the window, so I followed them. When I got out, I was in ankle-deep water. We had landed in a ditch at the base of a hill that the road was on. I couldn't see the person I had followed out of the wreckage. I climbed the hill, losing my shoe in the process, and stood in 70-mile-per-hour traffic, and 2 cars slamming on their brakes to avoid me. A woman stepped out of the first car and was screaming her head off at me before she realized I was all torn up and there was a van in the ditch. Then, she immediately ran back to her car and pulled out a car phone. Later at the hospital, numerous doctors and nurses asked me to repeat this story over and over and over again. It wasn't until later that I found out everyone else was trapped in the van with broken bones and one kid died. I was the only person who escaped from my own power, and it didn't have a scratch on me. I still don't know who or what it was that I followed out of the broken window. Case file number 1212, written by Mika the Great. Black fog invaded our living room. My mom, brother, and I are sitting in the living room watching TV. Out of nowhere, this thick black fog, about 3 feet in the air, maybe 3 inches thick, spreads across the center of the room. We all stared at it and looked back and forth between each other, confused, and it disappeared maybe 20 seconds later. We all saw it, acknowledged that we all saw the same thing, and that it was unimaginably weird. We were robbed. Well, we assume. But they stole my pink Converse low tops, my mom's gold cross necklace, half of the money in my brother's wallet, and a few of my dad's work shirts, which say his company name on them. It was a bizarre combination of things to realize we were missing in the morning. Case file number 1213, written by Finance Wiz. Teenagers versus eerie fog. One night, we decided to deliberately call up whatever was hanging around. We began our discussion on topics known to have the desired effect. We held this little session out on the front lawn of my friend's house. Shortly, we spotted a cloud of fog far away across the valley. Abruptly, the fog was standing like a wall mere feet away from us. "Look at this," I said, pointing at the ground. "You can see where it terminates in the grass." Then it swept over the both of us. My neck seized up, and I couldn't move or speak. I sat there helpless, wondering why my friend wasn't saying anything more. I started to panic because it felt like I was being drained and beginning to forget who I was. And just like that, it was gone. We were both stone cold sober during this little visit. The strangest thing about the whole experience to me, immediately afterward, me and my friend skulked back into the house and instinctively never spoke of it again. A response to the curious. The subjects we spoke of that seemed to cause these visitations was garden variety teenage science fiction nerd stuff. Alternate dimensions and such, you know, the sort of subject matter that immediately lessens your credibility and makes everyone assume you're high. I have had a couple of other odd experiences in my time, but those occurred to me alone and can be dismissed as a subjective hallucination. One experience that puzzled me for years I was finally able to identify as a migraine halo. This particular experience was frightening, and I chose not to mess with whatever it was. I did see this characteristic fog again and stayed the hell away from it. It was not evil or demonic, just indifferent and powerful. It checked us out and left. I cannot begin to say what the hell it was. For the record, I am science-minded and do not believe in ghosts or the afterlife. But I also believe that human science represents an extremely limited picture of the world we live in, so let's not jump to conclusions. We don't know everything yet. Bonus file written by Anonymous. The tale of a haunted purple dinosaur. My friend was explaining to me why she took sleeping pills. Apparently, when they lived in Georgia, they bought an older house, rich family, very nice home, which had some character. She claimed to find some old purple dinosaur in the crawl space while her dad was fixing some plumbing. Played with the dino for a few weeks, always slept with it in her bed, among other toys. One day she woke up to it standing in her chest in a different molding or position than when she had found it, or it had been in the past few weeks. Set it aside. Then next 3 weeks, same thing. Didn't matter if she put it on the floor, in a drawer, or anything. One day, she locked it up, couldn't sleep. Heard the drawer unlock, open, and slam shut. Slight footsteps, and it was back on her chest. She was scared, petrified. She pretended to sleep while it shifted and sat on her chest, and watched her sleep. She told her mom the next day. Her mom didn't believe her, of course, until she was allowed to lock the damn thing in their room. Same damn thing. They moved to another house after other paranormal things started happening around that house. The dino stayed at the original house, buried if I remember right, for a year and a half. One day it appeared at their new house just standing like they found it on the kitchen counter. Got rid of it for good. I think they burned it and ditched it in the river, never to be seen again. Friend has a repeating nightmare that goes away with the pills. She's older now and can't drink because of said pills. Has made numerous emergency hospital trips to find scratches on her body the hospital claims are from night terrors. Now maybe I'm just a freak about scary stories or freaking toys that talk, but that seriousness on her face and the tears that welled in her eyes, I was sold. Not sure if it's true, but I believe her. Whether I want to or not, scary crap. Kid you not, I had trouble sleeping in her current house. She was 13 when the dino thing happened. She is 10 years older now. Case file number 1214, written by Pause 1993, the day the sun was engulfed by darkness. I was outside talking to my neighbor. Suddenly, it was like someone accidentally flicked the lights off and then back on. It was dark in the middle of the day as far as I could see for just a split second. I thought it was just my brain, but then I saw my neighbor look confused as well. Then her daughter said, "What just happened?" We were all looking in opposite directions, so it was just suddenly dark everywhere. We still talk about it sometimes, no idea what it was. I spent hours on the internet trying to find answers with no success. Also, it wasn't anything like an eclipse. This lasted like a blink of an eye. Others are saying it was a plain shadow, which is really what I thought, but when I looked it up online, I learned a lot about it. Planes fly too high to leave a shadow, most of the time. I'm not saying it's impossible that it was a plane, but I looked into it extensively at the time and came to the conclusion that it wasn't. It was too long ago now for me to remember anything clearly, or even how I came to that conclusion. I am a very scientific person. I've been literally trained in how to research, and I don't believe in anything remotely supernatural. I'm just telling you what I experienced, and that I didn't find a conclusion. JTXVO, the cold room of nightmares. When I was a kid, we moved into a new house. My earliest memory was that my brother's room was always cold, but I never thought anything of it. When I got older, I moved into that room, but it wasn't cold anymore. I asked my mom why the room was so cold, and she told me that when we first moved in, my sister actually took that room, and she had a lot of nightmares. When she woke up, there were bruises up her legs and stomach. My mom would also get nightmares of a woman telling her to leave the house. She did a ritual or something, and everything stopped, including the room not being cold no more. A few years later, my sister was getting married. My grandma and 3 female cousins I never met before came to stay at our place. My mom told me that grandma did not like staying at our place because she would always get sick when she visited. My 3 cousins stayed in my sister's room, and after the second night they were here, they were really scared and said that someone was trying to open their door. They kept seeing the doorknob jiggle, and when they opened it, no one was there. They came to my room and asked if they could sleep in there, and I thought they were trying to scare me, but I played along. I slept on the floor, and they took my bunk bed, and suddenly I heard the washer turn on. The washroom was next to my room, and I went out there and turned it off. Then I went back to my room, and outside my door I heard chains dragging across the room, but when I opened the door, no one was there again. This really freaked me out because for all the years I lived there, nothing ever happened. I eventually did fall asleep. The next morning, I went to my sister's room to check things out because I was curious. When I opened the door, I saw 2 things that freaked me out. There were these faint black marks on the ceiling, like footsteps, and the windows were open. What is so scary about the window being open? Someone installed the second glass of the windows wrong, so it could only be opened from the outside. We lived on the 2nd floor, and it was impossible to open unless you had a ladder. It freaked me out for a while, and when everyone left, nothing weird happened. I talked to my mom about it afterwards, and she said that the house doesn't like new people and females. This explained why I never saw or experienced anything except for the cold room, and why my grandma always got sick. After that, once in a while I was sleeping, I would sometimes hear a baby crying. I assumed it was my neighbor's baby, but never thought anything of it. When we moved out, My mom forced me to go say bye to all our neighbors, even if I never talked to them. When I said bye to the family next door that had the baby crying, I asked how the baby was doing, and they said they don't have a baby. About 7 years after I moved away from the house, I went back to visit. When I went to my room, it had changed a lot and it was bigger. I asked the current owner about why it was bigger, and they said that the closet that used to be in my room had a hidden space behind it, making the closet twice the size. I asked them if they found anything in there, and they said no. I don't know if that had anything to do with all the weird stuff I saw, but it was just another weird thing I learned about the house years later. It was a really strange place. Case file number 1215, written by Man-Like Realities. A mysterious feline observed the impossible. When I was 9 years old, my best friend and I were crossing a busy street on the way home from school. Normally we were careful, but I was distracted by a black cat following us down the road. We stopped and she bent down to pat him while I turned around to cross the street, not thinking to look both ways. A silver car was directly to my right, about to hit me. I froze up, like a deer in headlights. My friend was screaming. Then suddenly, it was on my left. It didn't swerve, wasn't in another lane. The car was just suddenly on my other side, speeding away. I ran across the rest of the road and my friend asked how I had passed through the car. Everything looked a bit strange. Her shape was fuzzy and doubled. It was a clear day and the sun was shining even though it had been overcast and windy on the other side of the road. When I glanced back, the black cat was staring at me from the other side. Then he just strolled away. I know it was an optical illusion and I had probably just missed the car by a fraction of a second and was just rattled later. I thought about it for years afterwards though. Case file number 1216, written by Plastic Fanny-tastic. Dreams as a bridge to the other world. 2 days after one of my closest, dearest friends died, we were semi-expecting it after he was in a terrible accident. I fell asleep in the library at school. This was after a horrific couple of days trying to process everything and function normally. I was massively sleep deprived. I placed my head in my arms on the library desk and I woke up there, and there he was beside me. It was a scenario that had happened so many times, us revising and hanging out in the library together, whispered jokes and banter, that it didn't feel strange at all. We stood up and wandered around, watched one librarian putting books away on shelves. There was a girl reading a book sitting on the floor with sickly bright yellow socks. My friend made some silly dad joke about them being too loud for the library. We chatted in low voices about nothing much, the usual chit-chat, and then went back to the desks. I woke up and he was gone, of course. I was startled but weirdly euphoric. I went over the same set of shelves and had déjà vu, saw the same librarian putting away the books and the same girl with the yellow socks still there sat on the floor reading. I swear to this day I hadn't seen them before I went to sleep. I like to think it was his way of saying goodbye. It helped me immensely, even though I know it was probably just a dream. But the socks thing has always stuck with me, and anytime I see a pair of loud yellow socks, not very often, I think of him and our final chat. Bonus file written by Not the Sharks from Jaws, Confronting the Gray-Skinned Monster. I had a living room in my parents' 2-story house that connected to stairs leading to the second floor of the house. You could see completely down the hall on the second floor from the couch in the living room. One time, my family went away on vacation, so I had my cousin come over while I house sat for them. I'd been alone in this house for a couple of days now, and I just really wanted company. We're sitting on this couch playing Xbox or something. The stairs leading to the second floor are almost out of vision. At the very top of the stairs on the left is a doorway leading to a bathroom and nothing else. We were up pretty late, gaming, when out of the corner of my eye, I saw a gray face lean out and stare at me for a split second. I didn't budge, I just barely noticed it, but as soon as I did, it was gone. I hadn't snapped to look at it, nor did I say anything. I just continued gaming for about 3 seconds until my cousin said, "Did you just see that?" As soon as our eyes connected, we both knew we saw the same thing. The second my cousin said that, I felt my heart sink. It scared the crap out of me to have him pretty much confirm what I saw, but brushed off. I had immediately assumed it was just one of those blurs or darting shadows you get in the corner of your eye at times. The creepiest part is that it slid out as if it was lying on the floor. Whatever it was, its head was at the level with the top of the steps, right at the bottom of the bathroom door frame. It just sorta slid out, stared, then slid back. Again, I just saw it from the corner of my eyes, but it appeared to be gray skin with black hair from our combined description. We went upstairs and checked the whole bathroom, including the insides of luggage bags in the closet. We never found anything. To this day, I still can't have a door in my house open. I'm afraid I'll be looking down the hall and some gray-skinned creature will just lean half its face out to silently stare at me and then vanish. To all the people saying it was a raccoon or something, you think exactly like me, using that as an excuse to go make sure the bathroom is clear. We both knew it was a lie, but we both would have felt safer getting attacked by a raccoon at that point. That's why we checked every single bag in the closet. Whatever it was, we had it trapped in the bathroom. It had nowhere to go. Whatever it was, it disappeared without a trace. Case file number 1217, written by AAA 1374. A heartwarming story of comfort and release. When I was about 11, we took in a dog for somebody who was very old. He wasn't in great health anymore, but we were supposed to be his final happy home since we lived out in the middle of nowhere. We had him for about a year when one night I just randomly decided to go outside to sit with him and pet him. I sat outside and laid down on him. He was a big dog, for probably over an hour, even though it was a pretty chilly winter night. Before anyone thinks we were just leaving him out in crazy cold temperatures, he refused to go indoors, and we kept a space heater in a sheltered area he would lay down in. I don't know what possessed me to say it, but I gave him a big hug right before I went inside and told him it was okay to go. The next morning, my mom woke me up to tell me that he had passed away in the night. I helped her move his body to somewhere not out in the middle of the open so the owner could come say their final goodbye, and that was it. Honestly, I still don't understand how I knew, but I think I just empathized with his pain and told him that it was okay to let go and not have to keep living for us. Case file number 1218, written by Top Independence 81, Mom and Niece from Another Realm. So, 4 or 5 years ago, I stepped out to walk my 2 dogs. My mom, who at the time drove a white BMW, had left for work very early that morning and was about 1 hour away. I lived on the main road in town, so people walked past my house all the time. I walk out to the sidewalk, and as I'm walking, I see who I think are my mom and my niece coming towards me. They say good morning, and my mom pulls out her car keys and gets my niece into the back seat of a white BMW sedan. I wave, and my mom goes, "I'll see you tonight, love you." I just stared in shock. I called my mom and asked her where she was, and lo and behold, she was at work. I didn't need to call my niece, because at the time, she lived 1,700 miles away in Arkansas. I told my mom about this, and she said it's super creepy, and it's so unsettling. Creepy file number 102, written by Void Zen. Say hi to my poltergeist, Edgar. 15 years old. I was taking a shower at home. The rest of my family was out and it was around 9:30 at night, I believe. Anyway, I hear someone knock on the bathroom door while I'm showering, so I call out, "I'll be out in a sec," thinking it's just my dad or one of my brothers getting home. There was silence for a few moments, and then knocking again, only this time it was pounding, like someone was nagging on it with their fists, trying to break it down barehanded. It was a little creepy, but my dad always loved to prank us, so I didn't think too much of it. I decided to get a towel around me and see what the hell his problem was anyway, but when I opened the door, no one was there. The house was locked up, no open windows, no cars in the driveway. I checked every floor, every room. No one else was home. That was the first occurrence. The weird happenings continued in smaller ways until we moved out of that house, to the point that we imagined it to be some sort of poltergeist and named them Edgar. Creepy file number 103, written by Scub Surf, A Hitchhiker's Journey to Justice. This actually happened to me, so I'm going to be a little vague for the sake of privacy. I have never been one to give much of a crap about things, so I used to give hitchhikers and strangers rides if it looked like they could use it. One day, I'm in my driveway washing my car before I leave for a class at college, and I see a sketchy-looking guy walking down my street. I don't live in the best neighborhood, and there are several bad neighborhoods pretty close by, so being wary isn't unwarranted. He was wearing weird clothes. They looked like cheap, badly cleaned dress clothes. A white button-up shirt, sleeves unbuttoned, black wrinkled slacks, and a scuffed, old battered black briefcase. He had a shaved head and looked scrawny, like he had been starving somewhere. When he got nearby, he asked if I could give him a lift, and I got a weird vibe from him. I asked where he needed to go, and he said somewhere vague and told me he would give me directions and it wasn't far. Asked me if I would stop at the local liquor store. I do, and he gets a beer and some cigarettes and offers me both, but I decline, then take him to his destination. On the way there, he explains that today was his first day out of jail after having served 3 years. I didn't know what to say, so I congratulated him, and he thanked me and swigged his beer. Destination was a well-known hangout for gang members right on the edge of an especially bad neighborhood. I pull in and drop him off, and he thanks me again and leaves. Now, about 5 years later, I see him again. Same guy, impossible to mistake him. He still looked the same, only like he had been fed better, less scrawny. He was on the witness stand at a murder trial, a murder that took place at the very place I dropped him off at about 3 weeks later. Chances are good that he stayed there from the time I dropped him off and never left. He testified against the people who did the murder. They were gang members, part of a gang he was a member of before he went to jail. He had lived in hiding since the trial. Here is the crazy part. The person murdered would have been a member of my family through marriage if he hadn't have been murdered. He was the only person to testify against them. I had goosebumps during the entire trial the day he testified. What a small world. Case file number 1219, written by Surly Kerr. I forgot how to walk upstairs? One night, when I was about 16 years old, I'd finally decided to get off my computer and go to bed, around 2 a.m. If memory serves me correctly, at the time, my family and I lived in a decently sized 2-story house. The staircase to the second floor was pretty basic. Head up a few steps, turn on a landing halfway up, traverse the remaining few steps, and at the top, you're only a couple footfalls from my bedroom door. Someone please explain to me then how I got lost on this freaking staircase. Sure, it was dark, but even then, you'd have to be a special kind of stupid to not know how to walk up these stairs after you've done it already 1,000 times before. Just keep one hand on the railing and you don't need to use your eyes. I swear that as soon as I reached the landing, I spent 10 minutes just continually walking upwards. Realistically, it only takes someone 5 to 7 seconds to walk up these stairs, 3 if they're running or skipping steps. I realized I'd been walking for much longer than that, stopped, and immediately felt uneasy. I'd walked up those stairs in pitch black darkness so many times before, but even with my hand on the railing, I was getting nowhere, just endlessly walking upwards. My freaking skin crawled. If my brother hadn't turned on the upstairs hallway light, I'm not sure I would have made it to my bedroom. My brother blinked sleepily at me and asked if I was okay, and all I could say was, I legitimately have no idea. I told him the next day what had happened, and he told me that the reason he'd come out of his room in the first place was because he'd heard footsteps on the stairs for several minutes. What the hell, man? What was that? I wasn't so tired that I just mindlessly walked up and down the stairs for a while in the same spot. I was completely awake, and not once did I suddenly feel like I'd turned around to walk back downstairs at any time. I still get chills thinking about it. I've actually learned a few things about the fickleness of the human brain as well. You know, assuming this wasn't in fact the otherworldly work of some craphead fairy. Bonus file written by www.http://com. No one was in my bed. Okay, so when I was little, my dad would sometimes sleep with me in my bed. No weird stuff or anything. Sometimes me or my sister would be scared because we saw some horror movie or whatever, and we would go to sleep to my parents' bed. But as we grew up, it became more annoying, especially for my mom, who would always end up in the middle between my dad and whether it was my sister or me, or both. So then instead, my dad would sleep with me. This stopped at probably age 10, which was when my grandfather passed away. But move forward to age 14 or 13, and one Saturday, we all went to sleep, but my dad stayed awake drinking some beers and listening to his old vinyls. I wake up in the middle of the night, maybe early morning, I don't know, and I feel trapped between my blankets and this body I feel next to me, way heavier than me, covered with the blankets, and I'm trapped between that body and the wall, so I really can't move a lot or pull the blanket or anything. I didn't really think anything of it. I knew it was my dad. I recognized his presence. But I did find it weird that he would sleep in my bed, especially after so many years since the last time. But I thought maybe he drank too much and didn't know where he was going, or my mom kicked him out of the room, or I don't know, I just went back to sleep. Nothing too big a deal. In the morning, I woke up and he was still there sleeping under the blankets, or so I thought. I could feel the weight, especially since I used to be very skinny back then, so I could feel his weight in the mattress and the volume under the blankets, and could even hear his breathing, which is almost snoring, and feel his heat. Since I couldn't jump over him and didn't want to wake him up, knowing he had stayed up until late, I slipped in the direction of the footer of the bed, stood up, and checked back to see if I hadn't wakened him. I go downstairs, and as I approach the kitchen, I see my mom and my dad, who was preparing a cup of coffee. I felt like my stomach fell to the floor. I immediately ran back upstairs to my room, and now there's nothing on my bed. No body, not even the blankets kind of pulled up like when you wake up and push everything to the side. No, they were completely flat. Just my side of the blankets was lifted, the one next to the wall. I was literally in tears, trying to understand what happened, because I could understand that in the middle of the night I could have dreamed or imagined that someone was there and I was still half asleep. But in the morning, I was completely awake, and I did all this circus to slip through the footer of the bed to not wake him up, still feeling his weight and his breathing. I even stood up and looked again, and the blankets weren't flat. There was definitely a body under those blankets. I do admit, I never actually saw a part of his body, but it was winter and he always covers himself from head to toe, and that's exactly what I saw, someone covered from head to toes. I was so scared, but I couldn't dare to ask him or tell my parents what just happened, because if he told me that he didn't sleep in my room, I would have freaked out. So at first I decided to just pretend it was him and he just woke up before me, and he left the mark of his body under the blankets. But then as years went by, it made less and less sense, so I just decided to forget about it. Many years later, I walked into their room and saw him sleeping like this, covered from head to toes, and unlocked the memory. So I often think about it now. I crush all the blankets I have to see if I can recreate it, but no, there's no way I can make it seem like there's a real body under the blankets. These are very heavy blankets for the winter. Case file number 1220. Written by JQB10, The Strange Tiny Man. So this happened probably 5 years ago. I was asleep in my room when my eyes suddenly opened at about 2:30 a.m. I was wide awake, like wide awake. My senses were heightened, and it felt like someone or something was in my room. In the darkness, I saw an outline of something underneath my desk. It was almost like a really tiny man, maybe a foot tall, give or take. At this point, I'm totally perplexed, but not really scared until I see it start to move out from under my desk and across my room. The light switch is right next to my bed, so I decided that in one motion I was going to turn on the light switch and jump on this thing the second it got near my bed. This thing gets near my bed, but I messed up and fumbled with the light switch and missed it when I dove at it. But I crap you not. I watched this freaking thing through my bedroom wall. I just sat on my bed trying to figure out what the hell happened. Now, my brother had the room right next to mine. Right behind the wall this thing went through. About 10 minutes later, my brother knocks on my door and comes in. The first words out of his mouth were, did you happen to see a little tiny human-like thing in here a little bit ago? I was pretty shocked and I told him that I indeed had. He replied with, well, I just watched something dart across my room and it looked like it came from the wall and then it disappeared through the wall and outside. To say I was stunned would be an understatement, but I also was thrilled that I didn't have psychosis. But a little while later, perhaps a year passes, and I'm driving in my car and I'm listening to some late-night radio host, no idea who, and he had a guest on. The guest proceeds to describe something that happened to him, and it was almost exactly what my brother and I experienced. I haven't done much research on this, but if any of you have experienced this little man or whatever the hell it was, I would love to hear about it. Creepy file number 104, written by Hirohina. The Power of Fear. 2 days ago, I'm working as a night receptionist in a hotel. A guy came in asking for a room, a neat guy, my height and size, wearing a 3-piece suit, well-shaved and freshly cut hair. The dude seems pretty pissed, but nothing out of the ordinary. It's 4 a.m. on a Saturday. Something in me just flipped. Every single cell of my body was screaming to me that the guy was absolutely dangerous, and I was terrified. I'm 150 kilograms. I'm often the kind that would make you uncomfortable with my big beard. My hands were shaking. There was a voice in my head telling me, don't let that man come near you, or stay in the hotel at all. Make him leave now. Emergency mode activated. I bullcrapped my way around telling him that we had no spare room for the night, due to an event that happened nearby. The guy was pissed. He told me his wife threw him out, that he didn't have anywhere to go, and that he was dead drunk. Brain just said, if you let him in, he will either kill himself in the room or put everything on fire. I managed to discourage him from insisting on staying, but wouldn't take my advice to call the police to help him that night, and I didn't insist. I feel a bit bad that he left in his state, but this was the first time I felt sheer terror at the sight of someone. It was totally unexplainable. Bonus file written by Ether Lilac, The Victorian Ghost. My husband worked for a small old folks' home. They only had 3 residents, and his aunt ran the place. I had college classes nearby and would often come hang out for a few hours at the end of his shift and visit with the residents. One night, my husband got the residents to bed and went downstairs to collect his paycheck while I turned off the lights. As I reached the top of the stairs, I turned to look into the hallway leading to the residents' rooms. Standing outside the room of one of the residents was a woman. She was wearing an old pale green Victorian-style dress and had her ear pressed to the door. I opened my mouth to say something, and she looked directly at me, put a finger to her lips, and shushed me. I turned and practically fell down the stairs. When I got to the owner's office, she took in the expression on my face and said, "You saw the woman in green." Not a question, a statement. I confirmed, and she asked whose room she was interested in. When I told her, she nodded and sighed. The next morning, the owner called us to let us know that the target resident was found comatose in her bed. She passed away later that day. Case file number 1221, written by The Colonel Clink, When Dutch is Downloaded into Your Mind. So, I was once at McDonald's with my best friend, who was a girl from Holland. Both her parents were Dutch, and she was born there but moved to America quite young. We had just sat down to start eating when the father asked, "Does anyone know where the straws are?" Knowing what the straws were, and knowing they were freely paying for my meal, I quickly shot up and grabbed a straw for the father. "Here you are," I added. I then realized that they were sitting staring at me like I was an alien. Now I only know how to speak English in bad English, but apparently the father made this request completely in Dutch. But I would swear on a painful death that I 100% clearly heard the request made in English. Not only that, the translation is completely different, so it was not as if I picked up the body language and my mind did the rest of the translating, which only further confused them and me to this day. Case file number 1222, written by RobZombie33, The Mysterious Butt of a Lost Crush. I was with my parents, staying over for the weekend, and woke up in the morning with the desire to creep on an old classmate on Facebook. There was a girl I kind of liked in band class who was a grade below me who my brother's friends knew, but I never talked to her. I decided to look her up in addition to others on Facebook to see what she was like now several years on. We graduated from a large high school in the suburbs, and I hadn't thought much of her since I graduated. A few minutes after seeing her page, the phone at my parents' house rings. I lazily walked over to their phone to see if my parents or brother were phoning. I pick it up and check the caller ID, and in horror I freeze as I read her name on the display. I immediately begin to think I've done something in error unbeknownst to me while on her Facebook page, which alerted her to my creeping and triggered her call. I cannot answer it. I verify the number on the caller ID with Facebook to see it is indeed her and sit in shock, dumbstruck about how this unlikely event occurred and wondered the reason for it. My brother arrived at my parents a little later and I told him who called. He actually had her number on his cell, and he sent her a text asking why she was calling my parents' place. She responds back that she didn't place a call, but that it was an accidental butt dial. Weird. Case file number 1223, written by Hippo717. I was lost in someone else's mind. I have never had any psychic energy. I've never seen a ghost. Hell, I'm not even particularly intuitive with body language. So imagine my surprise when this happened. I was about 25. I was bartending at night and got home at about 2:30 a.m. I hated smelling like stale beer, so I took showers before going to bed. On this night, I sat down on the edge of my bed to take off my shoes. I sat. I did not lay down or recline. I didn't go to sleep or close my eyes. With no warning, I was in another person's mind or body or memory. I was walking down a hallway, like a corridor, bad fluorescent lights above, and a cop was walking with me, escorting me. He was wearing a uniform, not a suit and tie. We got toward the end of the hallway and turned right to walk through double doors. We entered a morgue, and there was a doctor inside the room with a body and a sheet over it. There were other stainless steel tables and lots of medical equipment, but only one body. The lighting was almost putrid, like it had a green or yellow filter on it. No one spoke, but somehow I was aware of the fact that I had to identify the body. The doctor pulled the sheet down and showed a young man between 20 and 25. I was only 25 at the time this happened, but somehow I knew this young man was my son. I started screaming my freaking head off. I started hitting the cop with my purse. I tried to hit the doctor. I screamed it was their fault my son was dead. The doctor wrapped his arms around me from behind, like a bear hug, and then it was over. The whole thing was less than 90 seconds. When I came back to my own body, I was in the same position, sitting, not laying down, on my bed, and my shoes were still on. My heart rate was through the roof. My throat was sore from screaming, but I hadn't made a sound. I never woke up my roommates. I have never experienced anything like that before or since. I didn't sleep for 2 days. I don't know who the woman was, the body I was inhabiting. I don't know if I saw her past, her present, or her future. But it felt like I was an interloper, like I was seeing something that wasn't mine to see. If that's what psychic energy is, frick it, I don't want it. Case file number 1224, written by Abruges, the karate guy that rules my life. When I was between 9 and 10 years old, I used to play football with my friends every weekend. One day, a guy, probably 18 or 19, joined in out of nowhere. He was wearing a karate suit, kimono, and played with us for a while, but he didn't know how to play football, so he just threw karate kicks all around. Random thing. For some reason, I never forgot his face. Fast forward 15 years, I'm at college, and I see this karate dude walking around, and I recognize him immediately. A week after, I decide to take a trip with my girlfriend to a city 3 hours away from home. We go for a walk around the city, and there's a karate guy again. He was sitting in the grass next to a park, kissing another guy. I thought that was weird, and I told my girlfriend about it. She said it was just my imagination. Next week, I traveled with my family to our annual vacation on the beach, 2 hours by plane from home. I went to a party with my cousins at a bar. At some point, I go to the door to smoke, and guess who came through the door at the exact same time? Our eyes crossed for 3 seconds. The karate guy didn't recognize me, but I was tripping seeing him again. Proceeded to call my girlfriend at 3 a.m. to tell her about it. She thought I was becoming insane. Case file number 1225, written by Raidwald Rex. The strange radio message in the woods. I was out at night helping my mate, who was doing filming classes, with some bits and bobs and setting up, etc. We were filming an old rundown shed thing that was occasionally used by homeless people for some horror project he was working on. There were 4 of us going all together, and we were all around 17 to 18 years old. Anyway, it's in the middle of the woods at night. I wasn't sure how long we'd be, so I packed a drink, some snacks, and this weird combination of a radio and torch. The radio never worked, ever, even when new, but the torch was good and was the only torch I had on hand, so I packed it. I meet up with the others. We trudged through the woods towards the old shed. We were walking for about half an hour, and I realized how quiet it was in the background. Other than our talking, there were no sounds whatsoever. No nature sounds at all, nothing. We get to the shed and start setting up, and one of the other guys mentions how quiet it is, and all of a sudden, we hear what could only be described as a pig squealing, before the radio on the torch comes on at full volume with static and a foreign language for about 10 seconds, and then goes off again. Then that disturbing silence again. We quickly filmed what we needed and booked it out of there. Had never been able to get the radio on the torch to work before or since, and I gave up long ago. Still freaks me out how quiet it was though that night. Creepy file number 105, written by IB2 Sharp, Ghosts of the Desert. Both my wife and I went camping in a campsite area near a desert ghost town. Went on a weekday, so there was no one around other than the rangers that stopped by near evenings to collect funds. Towards evening, a guy in a van decides to camp near us. A whole area to camp, and he wants to be cozy with us. At night during our campfire, he was sitting in his van with his back door cracked open, just kind of watching. We made a point of noticing him, and we kept on enjoying our night. So during the night, while asleep, I kept hearing someone walking around our tent. It's hard to walk in desert gravel without making noise. I woke up and sat up suddenly, and my wife did the same. As we sat up, the walking stopped. We both just sat there, waiting for the walking to continue. Sat there for an hour and no footsteps. Finally had the balls to get out of the tent to investigate, and no one was around the tent, but the van was still parked at the other campsite. So I went back to bed, and the next morning the van was gone. What's creepier was that there was footsteps all around our tent that did not match ours. I now carry during any camping trips. Bonus file written by Scroll Queen, The Nice Man in the Hallway. Okay, so I don't believe in God, heaven, ghosts, etc., but this was an ongoing thing I couldn't ignore or explain. When I was 7 months pregnant with my first baby, my granddad, the man who helped raise me, passed away. So my daughter never met him, and I honestly never spoke of him much as it was too sad for me. As a baby, she would often wave and smile at our hallway if she sat on my bed. I thought she was looking at flickering sunlight, but then she would wave and giggle at the same spot no matter where in the house she was. When she was a toddler, she would say things like, "No, sorry, I can't play now, I have to eat my brekkie," or, "Haha, you're making me laugh." When I asked her who she was talking to, she would just say, "The nice man." So I assumed it was an imaginary friend. This only happened once a month or so. When my daughter was 2, I had another baby, and my mother came to stay with us for a while. And my oldest daughter started talking to this man every day at breakfast, always facing the hallway where the sunlight came in. I heard her telling him about her new sister. My mom was amused listening to her and asked her who it was. I expected her to just say, "The nice man," like she always did, but she looked at my mother straight in the eye, pointed at her, and said, "It's your daddy, Nana. Say hi." My mom dropped the cup of tea she was making and just stood speechless, and I was the same. Like I said, I don't believe in ghosts, but at the same time, my daughter never met him, and if I ever even referred to him, I would have called him just my granddad. My toddler would have never known he was my mother's father. My mom just welled up with tears and said, "Can you tell him I said hi back?" And my daughter just said, "Okay," and continued eating her cereal. It was so freaky, I will never forget it. She's 4 now, and still sometimes says hi to that nice man in the hallway when the sun shines through. Case file number 1226, written by Q-Song, The 4 a.m. Disappearance. I was walking to a train station in The Hague at 4 a.m. in order to get to the airport for a flight. I was already on guard when I noticed a man across the street walking in my direction. He crossed the road and turned to walk beside me. Normally this would set off all my alarm bells, but for whatever reason, he didn't. He asked in English if I was American, which I am, and I said that I was Italian. We then carried on a conversation in Italian until we got to the train station. I said something to the effect of "thank you, and I hope you have a safe trip," and I go inside. I turned around to ask him a question and realized he hadn't entered the station with me. I walked around outside and he'd vanished. This particular train station had no buildings near it, and there was nowhere for this individual to go without me seeing him, especially in the very short time we were apart. I walked around for a bit to see if I could see him, but there was no trace of him. I'm not particularly religious, but a holdover from my childhood was saying a prayer for a safe journey before a long car trip. I was just nervous enough that morning to say one, and not 2 minutes later, the man appeared. Case notes are file 1227, written by C Music, The College Party Beyond This World. When I, male, was a senior in college, I was at a small party off campus with mostly very close friends, probably 25 to 30 people total at the party. There was a beer pong game going on which I wasn't playing in, but was among others surrounding the table watching and socializing, etc. I was engaged in a conversation with one of my friends, and here's where things got super weird. Everyone was drinking out of one of those red plastic cups that are typically used for beer pong, and there was a keg. I didn't have my drink in hand at the time I was talking, but I turned to glance at my cup to pick it up off the table in front of me, and I noticed that another friend of mine had his hand over my cup, and it looked like he had something grasped in his fingers, or may have just something in his hand. He quickly pulled his hand away from my cup, obviously seeing that I spotted him, and he made a joking comment, "Oh, haha, I was just dropping a little something in your drink." As I perceived it, it did look like he was dropping or had already dropped something in it. Before I was able to question him, a female friend from across the table, who I think would have been too far away amongst the overall people talking in the room to be able to hear what my friend had said to me, got my attention and was seemingly trying to say something to me while laughing, almost a fake laugh, but I really couldn't understand anything she was saying. So before I am able to even question what she had said or address what happened with my drink with my other friend, one of my other friends who was playing beer pong and was notoriously a loud person randomly started shouting the Beastie Boys lyrics. "I did it like this, I did it like that, I did it with a little wiffle ball bat so." By the time he got to, "I did it like that," everybody in the whole room joined in with his shouting the lyrics while I basically looked around making eye contact with most of them, as if they were all looking at me while singing it, and thinking, what the hell is going on? It was like everyone in the room was purposely trying to pull my attention away from the situation. I got super paranoid and almost afraid because it was almost like a Truman Show moment where everyone was in on something except me. I had my drink in my hand at that point, but I didn't want to drink it. Shortly after, the friend who had previously had his hand over my drink, the friend who started the Beastie Boys lyrics, and the other person at different times over a few minutes questioned why I wasn't drinking my beer. I got so freaked out that I ended up going to the bathroom and dumping my drink out, then left the party shortly after while my mind was completely trying to comprehend what happened. My group of friends in college would have never done anything malicious with messing with a friend or something like that, but the fact that everyone seemed to be involved in this weird circumstance was so bizarre. I will never be able to explain it, nor was able to question anyone about it after it happened. 21 years later, and I am still freaked out about it. Creepy file number 106, written by Desert Child, The F-150 Family Curse. My truck was completely locked up. I couldn't turn the steering wheel, press on the brake or accelerator, change gears, roll down the windows, change the locks, pull the emergency brake, or change the radio station. Nothing. I was trapped in a vehicle that could only be stopped by crashing. And crash it did. I was stuck going 55 miles per hour and my steering wheel was at a 35-degree angle through the whole ordeal. I ended up jumping a curb with so much speed that it flew into a wall. The truck actually came off the ground. Once the truck crashed, I was able to unlock the door and witnesses were able to help me out. Nobody believed my explanation. People thought maybe I was suicidal, had a medical emergency, or was intoxicated because I made no visible attempt to stop the truck from crashing. But I passed the field sobriety test and a quick medical assessment by the EMTs. Police officers thought maybe I was distracted by my phone, but it was in my gym bag behind my seat. To this day, nobody believes me that my truck spontaneously locked up, especially since it hasn't happened again in the last 3 years. I've been thinking about this incident all night since it happened. I'm a night owl, and I realized this wasn't the first Ford vehicle that my family owned that had a similar problem. My dad had a 2000 Ford F-150, and the steering column would constantly lock up with the key stuck in the ignition once the truck was turned off. We had to do this weird routine of jiggling the gear shift, tapping the pedals, or some crap like that to unlock it. My mom had a 2004 Ford Expedition, which was built on an F-150 platform, and had the same exact problem. So what do all 3 Ford vehicles have in common? F-150.
Case notes of file 1176. The 3 warnings. So can anyone honestly chalk this up to destiny? I know tons of people in my personal life that would try to do that, and while technically possible, it's like in a casino. When you start rolling hits 5 times in a row, the pit manager starts to pay attention, and so we should be too. If reality starts throwing dice, like, those might be loaded. So all there is to say here is that, universe, we are paying attention. Something's amiss. Case note to file 1177, The Ceiling Beast Lawrence. This gives me both vibes of Stranger Things and The Mist combined. Hell, those 2 lores could be combined pretty easily. Maybe they are in the same universe actually, that'd be kinda cool. Like 40K and Event Horizon being the prequel, given that they head into the warp zone, sort of, but they have no shielding, so it takes them over and consumes them with just pure evil. It's a very interesting theory. One of the more plausible fan theories, if you ask me. You're braver than I would have been. I think in this situation, most people just set a fire and start a new life in a new country. Even if you're kids, you have to just make do with what you can. Even on another planet, if Elon Musk has space on his Mars trip. Case notes for the creepy file number 98. The Protective Beam of Light. So others suggested this, but I want to reiterate. If you're being followed by strange people, or a car you perceive as hostile, the best course of advice is finding the nearest police station or busy place of business, like a gas station if it's at night, well lit. If you can't do that, trying to shake them and hide is the next best thing, without driving recklessly, of course. Now I know people don't always think rationally in these kinds of chaotic and fearful situations, adrenaline spikes and all that, so I don't blame you at all. But leading people back to your home is suboptimal for sure, so be careful about that. As for the headlights, yeah. It's down to the manner in which they turned, and the lights were flashing. Your subconscious processed enough information from that limited input to determine with high accuracy in this case that danger was afoot. Isn't it amazing how powerful our minds are? Like outside of any sort of supernatural or deeper layer processing of future information, just the raw base level is so powerful. We are the ultimate AI. And we're trying to create it, which is interesting, and it's useful for specific cases, but I love our brains. Our brains are very cool. And now time for the quote of the day. You can't help someone up a hill without getting closer to the top yourself. H. Norman Schwarzkopf. Definitely butchered the last name there. Helping others doesn't mean that you diminish yourself. It doesn't mean that you have to sacrifice blood and become weaker. Not at all. I think by helping other people, we become stronger. And it's actually a very interesting point to make. You see a lot of creators on social media, YouTube and such, that help other people and record it, and people don't like that. I guess they think that taking credit for benevolence is bad, or that maybe because they make a profit from it and they can keep doing it, then it's somehow bad. I disagree. I think it's a win-win-win-win in every category. Like Mr. Beast. He helps so many people to such a great extent. And he's only able to do that because he records it and makes it entertaining. So tons of people watch it. And then he gets advertising money, sponsorships, and can keep doing it. Helping the world. I don't understand how anyone has a problem with that. I think it's awesome. He's helping the world push it to the top. And yeah, he elevates himself too. It's fantastic. Win-win, win-win, win-win-win. Keep on winning forever. Good. Case notes for file 1178. From the depths of the earth, I survived. Yes, exactly. Before I read that last line, I was thinking, this man better have quit on the spot. Nope. You know those videos of people willingly choosing to spelunk into caves, cramming themselves into tight, claustrophobic rocks where you can't even move? I wouldn't do that for $1 trillion. No idea how anyone does it, especially just for free, just for fun. Is that fun? I'd rather go skydiving. At least you have free space everywhere. Yeah, you may hit the ground too fast, but at least you're free, But that willingly putting yourself into a confined space like that is just terrifying. One unstable earthquake, like a tiny tremor, and you're just, the rocks compress like half an inch and you're just dead. There's cases of people being trapped like upside down, and because of the awkward angles to get down there, they couldn't even be saved. They just wither away for days. It's horrible. Can't imagine a worse way to die. There's almost no possible way to go out worse. So yeah, not for me. Working in a mine isn't quite as terrifying, but it's still so unstable and impressive that many people do this. And this collapse, one wrong domino falling and you wouldn't have moved. Was it pure instinct or more? I think it's probably more. Maybe a guardian angel type event where you were just fed enough information to hop out of the way in time. That's very likely. But either way, I'm just glad you're alive. Case notes of the creepy file number 99. Unleashing the things that go bump in the night. Pitch black. True fear, yes. Not quite as bad as claustrophobia, but still, well up there. Not only in the factor of the unknown, what could be out there, but the total inability to apply reason to the situation, because you have no sensory input. Besides sound, which can more easily be twisted due to echoes, especially in a cave. Now, as far as this constant presence being felt, is it purely in your head? I think applying that negative spin to it is, but there may be a rational explanation towards what you're sensing constantly. That is, these beings in the shadows back to the echoes. They're like imprints of other real human beings in the multiverse. So is it just your imagination? It may be more than that, especially as a child. Children are more open to that connection. It's theorized at least that parallel universes aren't distant. They're all right on top of us in terms of spatial dimensions, meters, feet, miles, etc. The other side isn't far away, but separated or blocked off. Like a wall to another room, it's right there, but if thick and soundproofed, you'd never see or hear anything on the other side, even though, again, it's right there. Unless you come across a door, that is. And I think some minds have the key. Thing is, maybe these shadow beings are not able to cross over completely and they get trapped inside the wall. Terrible fate if that's the case. Case notes for the bonus file. How my dog saved us from a haunting. You know, that's something to think about. Say a dog owner dies, and then eventually that dog also dies. The fragmented souls left behind, they find each other, wouldn't they? They'd be drawn like a magnetic force, coupled together for an eternal pale existence on this mortal plane. And if there's anger involved, they would fester. Indeed, to the point of outbursts of rage. The thing is, I don't think most spirits are capable of true harm, or at least to say doing so is cosmically difficult. It's back to magnetism. It's like trying to force two identical poles together. You can do it with enough force and depending on the strength of the magnets, but it's not easy, and it's not meant to be that way. It's going against the grain. And now time for the quote of the day. If we can connect in some tiny way with a human that doesn't agree with us, then maybe we won't blow up the planet. Nancy White. A rather topical quote for the day's events. Being on the precipice of planetary annihilation all the time kind of weighs on your soul. I think it does for all of us. But I don't think we're there yet. It's harder now to have discourse with people Because a lot of people assume the worst of the other person. They don't assume they want the same thing, a peaceful life where we all are happy and healthy. And if you come to a discussion where the person you're talking to is the enemy, they're monsters, well, you can't connect even in that tiny way. And if you can't connect at all, there's no common ground, well, yeah, you're just enemies. I think it was in World War I or World War II where it was Christmas time, and there were two combatants on each side, and they decided that for Christmas, at least the soldiers were just going to drop the act, because they don't even know why they're fighting each other, really. And they just played soccer in the field. They came together, and that's what we have to do. Case notes for file 1179. I witnessed a star extinguished from existence. I think Occam's razor would suggest you simply saw the last light of a dying star. Most think that all stars explode in a violent supernova at the end of their life, but others do just slowly fade out after becoming red giants. The light can become so dim that you can no longer detect it. The thing is though, that would take a long time, so the light would diminish over thousands of years, not suddenly. So another possibility, far more cool, is you witnessed the final glimmer of light before that star was entirely encapsulated by an alien species finishing up its Dyson swarm, which, if you don't know, is a construct whereby quadrillions of small reflective platforms surround an entire volume of a star and collect 100% of its energy output. You might have heard of a Dyson sphere. It's the same principle, but instead of an entire sphere, it's floating platforms that can adjust their position, and it's more efficient if you do it that way. And basically it's a solar power on giga-level steroids. So an alien story a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, because the light we see in the night sky, it's been traveling to us for thousands, sometimes millions of years from different galaxies. The night sky is a grand archive of the universe's past. It's beautiful. Case notes for the bonus file, The Shadow of Nightmares. I agree with your self-assessment. It's impressive that you decided in fight or flight, there's also freeze, to fight to protect yourself and your then girlfriend. Commendable. These shadow beings are likely real humans, breaking through the thin membrane between parallel worlds, incapable of crossing over entirely, usually, and perhaps even trapped between both worlds. But I don't think they're harmful, necessarily. I mean, some of them could be. I mean, if it's a madman villain, that's crossing over, but most people are good, and I assume most people in other parallel worlds are also good. The eternal optimist I am. Case notes for the bonus file, The Sinister Secret of Our Recurring Nightmares. Okay, that green smoke, combined with a snake appearing, is very creepy indeed. So many mythos involve snakes as being evil, or indeed representing temptation itself. Some kind of spirit is tethered to you, or at least was at some point, trying to lure you out, maybe tempt you into things that you shouldn't be doing. So be cautious of that. Now time for the quote of the day. Home computers are being called upon to perform many new functions, including the consumption of homework formerly eaten by the dog. Doug Larson. Yes, children now, teenagers, have to evolve in their tactics, because the dog ate my homework is just not a sufficient excuse anymore. The SSD lost the data, was corrupted? That might go a bit further. Gotta evolve your tactics. Keep that in mind, children. Case notes for file 1180, The Lake of Alchemy. Whatever saved you was clearly a type of guardian of the lake. I don't think of a general guardian angel that's tethered to you specifically, but something that inhabits this lake and intends to keep it as a sanctuary of sorts, of peace. And why not? We know there are areas of the world inhabited by darkness, despair. Why not some that are inhabited by benevolence, mercy, and tranquility? It's a lake of alchemy, a lake of peace, transmuting evil into good. Case notes for the bonus file, The Secrets of the African Burial Site. Ghosts that do the dishes for you, that's oddly wholesome. The black teenage woman that you could sense had immense hatred emanating from her, I wonder how she was victimized, because that would be what would create that kind of animosity, I would guess. I would venture a guess that it's not directed towards anyone alive now, but yet trying to contain that hatred from spilling over for centuries, it may be what is causing the desynchronicity in her appearance, the jerky or laggy movements. Oops. Dave wants in on the action. The blinding light is such a cool demonstration of the control spirits have over electronics. They can turn them off, make them flicker intermittently, or overload the circuit entirely, causing the light bulb to grow extremely bright and then pop. This proves to me that they are indeed pure energy, mostly on the EM spectrum, hence their ability to control electrons. And now time for the movie of the day, The Devil's Advocate. So let's get something clear right off the bat. The acting in this movie is beyond comparison. It's legendary. How Al Pacino didn't win an Oscar proves the whole thing is rigged even decades ago. I believe I heard, although I'm not certain it's true, Al Pacino was so disturbed by his own performance when watching the movie itself, combined with the editing and music, that he became religious after. But yes, can't blame him. Never was a better devil portrayed on screen. It's exactly what the devil is supposed to be. Peter Stormage's performance in Constantine at the end is really good too, but this one is so... it's as you think the devil would really be. Not this being of pure sadistic evil necessarily with horns and a pitchfork and like skin that's flaking away or anything like that. No, his preferred method of torture is to convince people to harm and ruin their own lives through temptation, through their own will. And then Keanu was perfectly casted too. He's got that cocky charisma and confidence that is entirely earned because he's just so freaking good and he knows it. I think this is a movie that after watching it will make you a bit more careful in life, in the choices you make, how they can affect other people and indeed how those consequences ripple back to your own life, like waves in a lake. Every choice we make pushes outward, combined with time, affecting untold people. If there's a moral to the movie, think before you act, and really think how is it going to affect me and everyone around me. But it's a great movie just in of itself, without some grand moral meaning, just enjoy it. It is creepy, unsettling. The entire movie has that vibe that keeps you on edge, but in a good way. Case notes for file 1181. Surviving an explosive incident against all logic. To be honest, if anyone attributes this astounding event as mere coincidence, it made me feel diminished. This is too incredible to chalk up to rolls of the dice because your mother knew something truly horrific was going to happen if she didn't wait. You'd both have come home, spent a minute inside, and then boom. And it wasn't even just your mom. Everyone in that building that lived there either was in an area that they wouldn't get severely hurt or knew not to come home. There must be some guardian angel involved here, or at least some access to the future knowledge. Because that's what it was, future knowledge. People knew what was going to happen. Floating like a sea salted air. Some people can smell it, discern it. Others don't, but maybe they follow a tether from other people that do. You can't see it, you just feel it, sense it. Your mother took it to heart and saved both of you. But it's sad in a way because people won't understand just how incredible this story was. It's not just an accident. Or luck. Case notes file 1182. The StarCraft expansion that didn't exist. A split in the space-time continuum in that local area, and a focus on the time element of space. Simply, you saw that CompUSA shop and maybe just a little segment of it, as it would be in a few months, maybe a year into the future when the game was actually released. People experience this frequently, watching TV shows, movies, seeing other kinds of products not even released yet. It's a trip for sure. Also, StarCraft is such a good game, but I hate the Zerg. I'm all Protoss, baby. Case notes for file 1183. We died, but our hearts restarted in unison. I think we have a collective history of quantum immortality, jolting again and again, tethered, connected in this multiversal freeway between you, your mother, and your whole family. It's kind of wild to hear about, but I can't even begin to fathom what the experience would be like in each moment. You both must feel like superhuman sometimes, and I can't blame you. Or like Neo in The Matrix. You're the final destination nullifiers. And now time for the quote of the day. If we're not meant to have midnight snacks, why is there a light in the fridge? Unknown. Hey, this is the truest quote that's ever quoted. There's a light in that damn fridge because they know people are going to snack at night and it's intended. It's an intended feature. So don't feel bad when you go at midnight and snack. But, maybe get a fruit instead of ice cream. I may have some cashew-based caramel sea salt ice cream in the freezer right now. And it's kind of calling to me, so it's a problem. Case notes for the file 1184. The Silver Time Travelers. So time travelers, perhaps, From their perspective, the modern shop would have looked extremely bizarre. Perhaps they were a religious family from a religious or Luddite type of community. Amish, or I think Mormons too. There are a lot of sects that live a simple life and still use older currency notes, not much technology, and so on. On a separate note, one thing that really irks me is the price inflation that we all experience now, which occurs from inflating the currency supply itself. If something cost $1 in 1957, in 2006 it would cost over $7 and over $10 today. I don't know any other way to call that other than theft. It's just robbing the purchasing power of the money that we have. Punishing savers and rewarding debtors. It's crazy. Moreover, it's insidious because so few even realize it happens or exactly why. If you're interested, I recommend a book called The Creature from Jekyll Island. It goes into depth about how the Federal Reserve was created, the reasons for it, and how it affects us today. Case notes file 1185. The Time Warped Call. A delayed signal. Maybe the cell tower itself glitched and buffered that data but only sent it out after you connected to your own phone from a different one 2 weeks later. The one you called from at home intercepted that signal that was delayed by 2 weeks instead of going to the phone that was, right there under your bed. It's a very odd tech glitch if that's the case. If it's not technological, then it's a glitch in the Matrix's own systems. Somehow the radio waves transmitting that data were stuck in a temporal flux and only played back when you reconnected later on. One way or another, it's a signal glitch, and just proves how similar our own technology and understanding of the world is symmetrical with simulation theory. It all makes sense if this is a computer simulation. There's so many parallels. Case notes file 1186. There were 2 versions of my daughter. My belief in these matters is that the soul connects to the body via some process we don't understand. But likewise, it can disconnect or fragment off a bit. Sometimes it will, or close to, if you concentrate hard enough. A lot of meditation and will goes into that. Some monks dedicate their entire lives to understanding the process, and even then, often without success. But when we dream, it's like the hard lock on a train between the carts. The mechanism unlocks for us on its own, and they can separate. But not entirely, you're still connected by a cord, a chain, so you can pull yourself back. A permanent disconnection would be death in a certain sense, for the mortal body. I think usually this doesn't involve manifesting in the real world, because if you think about it, why would a soul have to manifest itself at all, and especially as a replica of ourselves? Not just the body, but usually the clothes that we wear too. It's all subconscious, I think. There's still that link to the soul. It's not a total disconnection. Because it could manifest in anything. It could become a rock if you wanted to, And now time for the quote of the day. In mathematics, you don't understand things. You just get used to them. Johann von Neumann. Yeah, it's similar to quantum mechanics where if you say you understand it, you don't really have a clue what's going on. It's like the triple experiment for light, where if you have 2 polarized lenses and you put them back to back, then no light will get through. It blocks vertical and horizontal light. But if you add a third to the middle, then it forces light to choose another time when it reaches that middle lens, and it'll choose to be either up or down, the wave orientation of light, and then it'll be able to pass the last one. You'll get 12.5% of light passing through the third lens, which makes no sense intuitively. But that's because everything is in flux in a sort of waveform. Not until something interacts with something else in reality is it forced to choose its own orientation and state. You see this with the double slit experiment too, which is just fascinating, where there's an interference pattern if light passes through 2 slits. Even if you only shine 1 photon at a time, it really does prove that light behaves as a wave and as a particle, but only as a particle when it's forced to. And this applies to everything, not just light. It's just easier to test with light. Even though I sort of understand it, it's not intuitive. It doesn't really make sense because our brains aren't designed to understand this stuff. We just are smart enough to approach a deeper understanding of reality than other animals can. But we're not evolved to understand it. So it's not intuitive. Nor does mathematics. Mathematics is just a tool. Case file number 1187. My pumpkin broke the universe. Halloween is my favorite holiday too, autumn being my favorite season overall, followed by winter and Christmas. You know that smell in the air as the leaves change colors? When they start to die off, They actually release certain compounds into the air, and it makes them smell so fresh and crisp, combined with the cooler air itself. It's sort of morbid to consider how good plant decay and death smells. The pumpkin in the story is from another universe, almost certainly. Over there you did have time to decorate, and the pumpkin hopped over to your place instead. This is certainly the more pleasant of the two-sided coin. On one side, you lose the pumpkin that you had spent time decorating, and the other, you gains. The other possibility is that your boyfriend was pranking you, but in those cases, it doesn't make sense to me because a prank, the payoff is when you reveal that it was a prank. So if you never reveal it, what's the point? That's not even a prank then, it's just gaslighting and kind of abusive. It's probably more likely that it's just from a different universe, which is kind of neat. Multiverse, pretty weird place. Case notes for file 1188. The Matrix translated my conversation. Now, I don't think the whole group heard Vietnamese when English was spoken. Your brain filled in the gaps in meaning and translated it to you, filtered back through time. That's what's interesting about our conscious perception and experience of the world. It's not in real time. It takes many milliseconds for the brain to process inputs from sound, light, and other senses, then constructs an image of reality based on those inputs. The real kicker is how many tricks the brain uses to fill in those gaps, and even can retroactively alter past perceptions. In other words, the input received was Vietnamese words, but your subconscious translated it to what it thought it meant, and then fed it back to you in English, in that comprehension. That's my guess anyhow. This kind of glitch has happened a few times, although even more wild is when someone actually speaks the language, doesn't just understand it. Then the ability is lost instantly after. I still attribute this to sort of a glitch in that there may be additional information that your subconscious is picking up on, beyond the immediate stimuli from just the words spoken and stuff like that. There could even be future information involved. Case notes for file 1189. The strange case of seeing myself. I think part of why you felt so creeped out in seeing yourself, really seeing your soul, I would guess, is part of your soul had to detach from your body. There's still a tether, but it's not normal. And this is extremely rare and unusual when conscious. It's not supposed to happen. Heck, it may even be an actual glitch within the simulation, some coding error that made you lose cohesion with the connection between this simulation, your body in it, and the real world. Whatever process is involved there may not be perfect. And if that wouldn't make you feel unsettled, I don't know what would. You're losing your connection to this simulation, like the plug in the back of your head, in the Matrix. Sort of like pulled out, maybe? Halfway? Can't be good. Case notes, file 1190. The Vanishing Popcorn Shirt. You eliminated the obvious mundane answers to this mystery. No one bought all the shirts, and they were replaced by the store employees. Both unlikely answers, but also possible. But they're crossed off. You already checked them off. If you think about it logically, what other answer could there be besides seeing and interacting with a parallel world? I can't think of anything else besides some weird gaslighting prank that's not even a prank, where they just never tell you it's a prank. That's possible, but it's so weird. Or outside of someone literally just stealing those specific shirts without being seen by any employees and then replacing him themselves with a different type of shirt. But that doesn't really make sense either, does it? So all I got is different universe. Now time for the quote of the day. Nowadays, men lead lives of noisy desperation. James Thurber. It's that constant distraction for your mind, right? Games and TV shows and music and all that. And I'm actually forcing myself now when I go on walks. I take 3 walks a day. I don't always have a podcast in, only on 2 walks. So for one of those walks, I just have my own mind and nothing in. No headphones, no earpods, just my own thoughts. And it's relaxing. It's sort of meditation, really. And if you're not comfortable with your own mind, maybe there's some fundamental fear or anxiety you need to address. And I recommend you try to. Because if we're always distracting our mind and never let it sit, I think there's something wrong there. And it's not just, you or me, it's pretty much everyone. Social media and our phones have definitely altered our own brain chemistry, and probably not in a good way. Case notes of file 1191, When the Moon Stares Back. Another moon anomaly. I do love these. I'm thinking laterally here, because the moon has too much weird funk going on around it. and yet I'm still convinced it's real and basically a hunk of rock that broke off from Earth a while ago. So are aliens involved here, in distorting our perception of the moon? Maybe it's thinking back on it after the fact of some abduction, and the subconscious is only able to infer what happened into your conscious mind with these strange distortions in reality. It can't quite pull on the exact memory because it was suppressed by the aliens. Like the moon buzzing around or rippling, or in this case staring right at you. Damn, is that a creepy thought? It would certainly make you wonder. And in these cases, I would say, if you want to know the truth with a greater deal of certainty, hypnotherapy is the only answer to that. It can help you uncover those memories, but maybe they're suppressed for a good reason. So I'm not saying do it, but if you want the truth, that's probably the only way to get it. Case notes, file 1192. The Mysterious Savior in Green Flannel. Interesting how these guardian angel events often involve a mysterious man saving them. Maybe angels have to possess a real human body to interact in the world, similar to the lore in Supernatural. Or maybe they're just not visible, but the subconscious mind creates some figure that is saving them. A man being a simple and understood choice. I wonder if your favorite color is green. Case notes, file 1193. When food transcends time and space. People with whom we are intimately involved with, in love, familial love too, or very strong friendships, I think a link forms between our souls. Think about the invisible connection of our soul to the host body, in the real world. We have no idea what that connection actually is or how it works, but why couldn't it connect with others, near us? It's a metaphysical Wi-Fi network, I like to call it. And I think the security feature involved, preventing just anyone from connecting to it, is time and deep thoughts and emotions. But then maybe this is why so often people can connect to negative souls. Because they do spend a lot of time near them, because there's a lot of emotion involved. Maybe that's why charismatic people are so good in forming cults. And you don't exactly feel it, but it's all subconsciously processed. And then you're bonded with that person and linked. And you didn't even realize. Case notes of file 1194, The Curse of the Old Trunk. I don't cover cursed objects much on this channel. It doesn't come up often. Being so rare doesn't mean it can't exist, though. I wonder if these curses are actually spells woven into an object, or maybe restless spirits that guard these specific objects. Less of a curse in that case, it'd be a direct involvement from those people who died and remain as spirits or ghosts. And in this case, didn't want their property to be disturbed. It may even cause a kind of physical pain or torment, because it's what binds them to this realm. Now time for the quote of the day. I phoned my dad to tell him that I had stopped smoking. He called me a quitter. Stephen Pearl. Ah yes, the one time that quitting is acceptable. If you're struggling to stop smoking, the struggle is part of the process. But I believe in you. You can do it. My real-life X-Files experience on a desolate highway. I think there's a reason so many UFO stories sound similar, because it's a similar type of alien that is abducting people. There probably are multiple species that observe us, at least. I doubt there's just one. So it's no accident. And whatever technology this brand of alien uses has an effect on our electronics. It distorts them. Plenty of our devices can interfere with other electronics, for instance, cell phones on a plane. That's sort of archaic now. Cell phones don't really have the juice to interfere with onboard systems that are typically shielded on a plane. But with enough power and unshielded like in a car, like say with a hyper unfathomably advanced alien spaceship, get Doc Brown and his 1.11 gigawatts out. Gigawatts. A question here that's so interesting to me. Did your mind conjure up the cop car as a reason you pulled over to the side? Was it a constructed memory? Or was there really a cop car randomly pulling you over, and then you were abducted by aliens? Perhaps the lights went out for the cop car too if it was real, since the alien ship interfered with the electronics on both cars. You popped the hood, and bam, abducted. You didn't mention seeing a cop car near yours when you returned back from the field, so maybe the same thing happened to him, but he got back first and he was freaked out and just took off. Case notes for the bonus file. Ghostly whispers stuns unsuspecting couple. Sounds like a spirit trying to warn you of something. If I had to venture a guess, a lot of people stop nearby that area to refresh themselves before in the past, and accidents then ensue. Perhaps she was one of the accidental victims, maybe of a drunk driver or something. You couldn't make out what was whispered, so it's hard to say, but my guess would be some kind of warning to leave so you don't become a victim as well. And now time for the quote of the day. Better to write for yourself and have no public than to write for the public and have no self. Cyril Connolly. Yeah, you see that with the advent of social media, TikTok and all that. It's not just writing, it's about whatever you put out on the internet as a part of you and your brand, so-called. Well, you want it to represent who you truly are. Otherwise you become a fake, you become a caricature of yourself. And you might get fame. It's like the deal with the devil. You get earthly power, but you sell your soul as a result. And it's an allegory, really. You know, selling your soul to the devil isn't an actual deal you make on like a crossroads and you go to hell after. It's just that you lose yourself. You lose the binding to reality and what actually matters, to connect well with other people. Just knowing that other people are there is important. Even though I'm more of a loner, I still value other people and the connections that can be made. Like even between us, just talking on this channel, it's made me appreciate how important people are and just interacting with them. But yeah, to end this, just say, be true to yourself. If you have social media or not, just be honest. Don't be a fake. Case notes, file 1196. I witnessed my nephew's resurrection. Treehouses, yes. My dad built me a treehouse when I was 10 or 11-ish. I helped him a bit. It wasn't extravagant, but we did have a tire swing as well. So many good memories in that place, though not over a creek or anything dangerous, just over grass, so if I fell down, it was fine. The treehouse in this story does seem rather dangerous. Here's a random thought. What if extreme emotional distress at an event can cause a soul to jump to a neighboring universe? Basically quantum immortality, but not initiated from physical body death, instead from emotional death. Your mind in that universe couldn't handle it. No idea if that's the case, and if it is, it's much more rare. But I could see that happening, why not? Why is only physical death what matters? Maybe emotional trauma does matter too, and you go to a new universe, and in that one, this terrible tragedy didn't actually occur, and your nephew didn't die. He's still alive, just with some scrapes and bruises. Case notes of file 1197. The power of pure love. So I agree, it's not a creepy story, it's a beautiful story. I feel like this kind of thing broadcasted worldwide can just move hearts, minds, and souls, don't you? You were young, but your soul was not, and was tethered to all the real information out there. Now, as far as religion, what heaven really represents, it's hard to say. To me, it's the knowledge that this woman was in pain for something out of her control. And just being there for her as a kid. And, you know, everyone says that kids are so honest, and they typically are. They don't have the filter that adults have. So I think it meant a lot to her in that moment, just as her as an individual. What more can you ask from a kid, you know, or from anyone? I love this story. Case notes for the creepy file number 100. A tuxedo-clad stranger leaves girl bewildered. That's one of the more randomly wholesome and accidentally creepy events I've ever read. Going with my gut, it may have been a somewhat wealthy man with poor social skills that didn't realize how strange approaching a woman on the street at 2 a.m. was. Doesn't seem like anything else happened, so I'll go with that. But yeah, very odd. Definitely compliment random people, it's nice, people appreciate it, and spread the cheer, but just don't do it to women at 2 a.m. or really a guy either. I would be creeped out too if some person just gave me a compliment while I'm walking at 2 a.m. Okay. You don't want to freak people out and think they're gonna get robbed or something. And now time for the quote of the day. A perfect parent is a person with excellent child-rearing theories and no actual children. Dave Berry. I just like this quote because I think I was a really good kid growing up, thinking on my memories and what my mom said, but even then I was still kind of a rascal, you know, so full of energy. Even if you're a good kid that doesn't like just randomly break rules or hit people or speak out or anything like that, I mean, I would be picky with food, I guess. I can only imagine how much energy it takes to raise a kid in just those first 2 years where you get no sleep. I need my sleep, so that's going to be an interesting experience whenever I do have kids. Yeah, we'll see. Case notes for file 1198, The Uninvited Observers. I've had that happen a few times where my computer has a YouTube or Netflix video paused, while I sat down for a 30-minute nap that somehow morphed into a 5-hour nap. Does it even qualify as a nap at that point? I don't know. Woken up to the video somehow playing. Probably a computer glitch, nothing to do with a supernatural anomaly, but still odd, right? As for the voices heard though, perhaps people in a parallel world, in the exact same physical location, looking to rent a room in that house. Or hell, maybe spirits trying to find a new place to call home too. Casper the real estate agent? Probably the former though, I'd guess. Just a parallel world crossover, but not fully crossover, just a sound. Because you didn't even see anyone. Although maybe you would have seen them if you weren't sleeping, so maybe it was more of a full crossover, but still, it's like seeing through glass. The barrier is still there, but you can just see across it. I don't know why it's thin in some places, and only at some times, because it doesn't happen again, usually in the same place. Unlike lightning, which really does strike in the same place multiple times, it's more likely to strike in the same place, so I don't know where that folk legend came from. Case notes are file 1199, the logic-defying car. Can't be too late to share your experiences, honestly. I doubt we'll get a conclusive answer to all of them even after centuries of reading about them. Some will be solved, new ones will pop up. It seems to be the standard ebb and flow of the universe, keeps us on our toes. We can't fully solve it. And what you witnessed was likely a space-time rip. So the car crosses it, the portal collapses, so you travel through to the same space it occupied, but the portal isn't there anymore. The first one, took it, and then it just closes itself. Then the car vanished from your perspective, but was teleported far away. I'm surprised there aren't more accounts of drivers seeing other cars vanish from thin air, though. Because there's so many accounts from the first-person perspective of it happening to a driver or the passenger, but rarely seen from outside. Does that mean that these are tailor-made and placed in specific locations as tests? Maybe it doesn't really strike me as happenstance, random, because again, I keep talking about it, but where the portal leads you to, it's not inside the Earth or in space or anything like that, and it's usually pretty close to where the portal spawned from, so it does seem more like some kind of test, maybe even just military testing, because it's usually in remote places or where other people aren't seeing it, and again, it's just so specific in where it places you. People would be dying. Maybe it is true that maybe people go missing, so that maybe that's true. Maybe it is random and people are just going missing from these random portals. One moment they're driving and the next moment they're in deep space and, can't survive that. So maybe missing 411 is related to that, in part. But my gut still says that it's deliberately placed, is what I would guess. Case notes for file 1200. Unraveling the Premonition puzzle. The only natural thing to do around a campfire or indoors at night with friends is to discuss ghost story. It sets a perfect atmospheric vibe, that eerie but most wondrous or mysterious feeling. I just love it. I was like that intro scene from Goosebumps, or was it Are You Afraid of the Dark, where they're around a campfire telling stories? It's great. So indeed, forces at play in the universe that we don't yet understand. That's a perfect summary. I think they can be understood, we just don't have enough data, and it's hard to test them scientifically. And these days, I think we have a somewhat solid grasp, but reaching that point where it's so fully understood, like something else you can physically test by repeating the same thing and seeing the results. In this case, it's just not testable. But at a point where if you get a premonition, an intense feeling of finding something so specific and nostalgic, it wouldn't shock me at all. If it happened to me, I'd consider it just like another Tuesday, even if it never happened to me before. I've just read so many stories about it. It seems normal now, right? After reading thousands of stories, sometimes I feel like a scholar of ancient times poring over old tomes of arcane knowledge, and now I just have this grasp of things, we do now. Because you're here listening to it all, so you have the same basic understanding. And even though these things are rare, and a lot of people go through their life never experiencing a glitch, or at least not one that's sufficient enough to even really notice. If it does happen to you, at least you'll be prepared. So that's good. Case notes of file 1201, the darkened deck anomaly. So I like how you describe that event as not happening, but like your brain realized it had already happened. The light was on and had been. You didn't notice it until your brain turned on the memory. Is this evidence again of alien abduction? There's an element in people's memories, as they try to recall them, even in real time, just after being abducted, where that element doesn't fit. A weird anomaly in the stars, the moon, the trees and animal, sound, smells, or in this case, a light. Though you don't mention any time loss, so maybe it was just pure memory alteration? But what would do that? Could a spirit do that, and what for? Is it just an actual glitch in the brain? Because it does seem like your group initially thought, yeah, I mean, this light was always on. And then they thought about it like the light from your phone, like why would we have that on if the light from the inside was on too? So it does seem odd, and I don't really have an explanation for this. With no time loss, I don't think it's aliens. Pure glitch, I'm not sure. And now time for the quote of the day. I love being married. It's so great to find that one special person you want to annoy the rest of your life. Rita Rudner. When I do find a wife, I will be sure to play many pranks on her. Not annoyed to the point of psychosis, because that's going too far. Just enough to have fun. It's so important to have fun, and I am a prankster. That is my spirit animal, is a prankster. I don't think that's an animal, but we'll go with that. Case notes are file 1202. An entire train platform vanished. This feels like a bridge between a quantum immortality buffered universe and your normal universe. So the transition points that sometimes occur for people, where the new universe isn't yet ready to receive the new soul, then they're stuck in this limbo, semi-real universe where it's just like it's a baseline of the real physical matter, but no people. The people on the train were real, and from their perspective, they may have seen you slowly fade out. Because in that moment, you probably were dead on the train, the physical body anyways. The soul is what walked off, your soul. Somewhat fitting that a train is involved, right? But I think it's just a poetic coincidence. Case notes for the bonus file. Haunting Tales from the Frontier Living Program. So 17,000 acre property, holy crap. Imagine having that all to yourself. That'd be too large even for me, a man that loves exploration. But a lot of these accounts reinforce my belief that many spirits are echoes. They're echoes of their former human-occupied vessels. They relive the moments that most affected them. It's almost like in Supernatural, where heaven is like reliving your best moments. In this case, it's reliving moments that are on Earth, not necessarily your best or happiest moments, the ones that have a strong emotional connection. Perhaps in those cabins with the lights on, they had intense scenes like breaking up with their girlfriends, or maybe a murder happened there in the past. That would be extremely traumatic. The bathroom one had been used, and I think we can all imagine the adult acts that occasionally occur in there. So it's not always negative things that happened, or traumatic, just intensely emotional. They aren't random. And now time for the quote of the day. It is wonderful how quickly you get used to things, even the most astonishing. Edith Nesbit. Yeah, I was thinking about this the other day, watching The Expanse, which is just, if you haven't seen it, it's a fantastic show, but it's set in a few hundred years in the future for humanity, and we're out there colonizing the asteroid belts, Mars, etc., and the moon as well. I was just thinking, even if that was real today, maybe a few months would go by, you're on the moon, you're, in a lunar hotel or out in a space station, and eventually it would just feel normal. We normalize reality, whatever reality is. If it's negative or positive, we become accustomed to it. It's similar to how people who win the lottery, initially they are exuberant, they are ecstatic, beyond description. But then after a few months, they normalize. That's kind of why people say that money can't buy happiness, which I don't entirely think is right. I think it can enable happiness, but you have to have the right mindset. And you have to seek out new novel things, because the mind gets used to the same thing over and over. Not that routine is bad, but if you want real happiness, you need to have an open mind and willing to try new things, in my opinion. I'm not exactly the most open-minded person in terms of new experiences. I do like my routine, and I'm still happy. But I think it's true that you do want to experience new things in life. So don't get yourself stuck in a rut where you're just living the same thing day by day, and then you're accustomed to it. So nothing is different. And maybe you're not sad, but you're not really happy, or as happy as you could be. We all owe it to ourselves to be as happy as we can be. Case notes for the file 1203. Twisted Blood. Sibling rivalries. Sometimes I wish I had grown up with a brother or a sister just to experience that. But then I read stories like this and I realize I'm the lucky one, being an only child. Plus more Christmas gifts. So in this case, is it a pure time reset? I'd say quantum immortality has a place, but I wouldn't really go there right away, given the injury suffered was so minor. I harken back to the fact that the human body is very fragile, and even minor injuries can lead to death, but I don't think that's what happened here. I think it may have been an extremely vivid personal simulation. Sometimes when I'm out walking on my hour without a podcast, it's just my mind there, and it tends to wander into performing scenario simulations. Things on my mind like new videos to create, or if I'm going out somewhere, I'll mentally prepare for it. And I mean, most people do this, but sometimes the simulation runs so vividly that you almost lose sight of what's real. Like, I'll be walking for an hour, and half of that hour I don't even remember walking. It was entirely in my mind. So something like that could potentially happen in this case, even though it feels like you really experienced it. Maybe it was just your subconscious and conscious mingling together to such an extent that it was almost like spending time in a hologram room in Star Trek. Pretty cool. Mind is crazy powerful. Never underestimate it. Case notes for the bonus file. The Ghostly Breath. Ah yes, the state of Maine. Spook Central. Home of the great Stephen King. And most of his books take place where the characters are in Maine as well. I haven't been, but it's definitely on the agenda, and I want to live in New Hampshire, and so it's right next door. Definitely will go. So I'll track this up to a more macabre note. It's the painful echoes of death. Well, yeah, death isn't so permanent, as we know from quantum immortality, but for the souls, the echoes left behind. I mean, I do wonder how much sentience still lingers behind. And my hope is that none at all. It's a program that's recycled and repeated, but it's just a program. They're not really there. Not the you that matters, the sentience. Hopefully that's true, because you don't want to imagine that people who died horrific deaths relive that moment in perfect sentience, the player is still there. But I don't think it's possible, because if we die, our soul carries on, we don't notice, and we're just in a new host body in a new universe. So if a fragment of the soul is left behind, it's not the part that controls or enables sentience. Hopefully, but I think that's true. Case notes for the bonus file. The Enigma of Paradise Road. Well, this was a warning indeed, but it sounds more alien or experimental than ghostly, given the history of cars losing power, and the gold lights appearing. That strikes me more as a alien intervention. The only cases of spirits creating lights in blue orb fashion, not gold, and they're very rare. So blue orbs, could there be golden balls of lightning as well? Maybe, but I'm going to stick on this one with aliens. Get the wild hair going. And now time for the quote of the day. Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Benjamin Franklin. Just going with a very classic Founding Fathers quote here. Definitely speaks to me. I think liberty is the utmost, most important thing that we take for granted, honestly. And we're not 100% free, absolutely not, but we do have a lot, especially compared to the bulk of humanity. So we should cherish that, always seek more, and protect the amount that we have now. And you can do that in various ways. It's not all political. You can take liberty in your own personal finances. Instead of spending more money, save more. Have some in cash, some in gold and silver, Bitcoin if you like that. I'm not really a fan of crypto unless it's backed by something else, but that's to the side. I think there are various ways you can take control of your life. Obviously having land, property, homestead, off-grid, or even if you're on the grid, buy yourself solar panels and a battery. So, if the worst case happens, and maybe there's a crazy storm that rolls through, and then you're not at the mercy of the grid if it goes down. You still have access, you can protect your solar panels during the storm, and then after it, when the sun comes back, you're good to go. You have battery storage as well, so all the essentials, the food won't spoil in your fridge and stuff like that. You'll still be able to live relatively normally and have a connection to the outside world if you get Starlink internet. It's pretty crazy the amount of stuff we can do just with technology now. You can have an entirely off-grid or on the grid but protected if it goes down. With solar panels, batteries, Starlink internet, gas stoves for that. You can have a wood-burning stove as well, and obviously it generates heat in the winter. It's awesome. I think it's so cool that we can be so insulated from the outside world while still engaging with it, but having your own base camp where you're covered. Recommend that to everyone. Case notes for the file 1204. World War II, supernatural style. A location infused with horror and indeed anger from the atrocities committed all those decades ago. Maybe indeed exactly in that spot. I can't blame the spirits left behind. What I find interesting is how they manifest to us as a darkness. Is that intentional? Or is it merely our own perception? Like the story with the man that had a dark aura around him. Maybe it's not a dark glow emitting, but rather our subconscious detecting that presence of evil and then coloring it in for us. Color itself is an abstract construct of the subconscious. It's not real, it's just based on the type of light that's emitted from the object as it bounces off of it. The structure basically determines the color. So from that we can infer that if there's light emitted from being, and there's some way the brain can process if it's good or bad, or negative or positive, well, there you go. The brain can choose what color that you see, so we understand it. Gives us a warning, and I mean, it makes evolutionary sense too. If you can have a way to detect if someone is good or bad, you'd want to be able to know, because that'll increase your chance of reproducing, which is what evolution cares about. Passes on those genes, and other people are like that, and they're more likely to survive and procreate. Simple. Case notes for the file 1205. An impossible message on a dead phone. Oh yeah, the snake game. I spent too many hours on that one, Pac-Man, and the one where you had to send a tank shell at an angle to destroy the enemy. And yeah, thunderstorms, they're mighty forces of nature, manifesting in great strikes of energy. If anything feels like it's designed like a system in a video game, it'd be disastrous scenarios like thunderstorms and hurricanes, maybe tornadoes. And then we have a sibling terror striking again. I do wonder if that message was sent into your mind, but wasn't truly connected to the phone. Or if it was some person that knew you and wanted to protect you, someone that passed away, just watching over you. It's a way that a spirit can connect and let you know that they're still around without being overt. Because if I was a spirit and I wanted to let someone know that I was still around, I wouldn't want it to be too obvious because they might go crazy, thinking, yeah, okay, spirits are real. Am I actually crazy? You wouldn't want to manifest to them. You want it to be more subtle, where there's a way they can opt out of believing it, like in this case. I was very curious that the phone didn't have enough battery to be turned on, and then after this, it did. It's almost like the spirit juiced it up. Case notes for the file 1206. The hidden threads of premonition. To dream is to let our subconscious roam the infinite plane of knowledge that permeates the universe, including time. That information is real, but it's so vast, and when we dream, we give our subconscious permission to explore it far deeper than through our limited human senses. One thing I do wonder is, for those of us that never remember our dreams, is that a subconscious choice that we make? I can imagine my soul in the real world having left directions for my own play experience in the simulation. So maybe I didn't want additional information. You could almost view it as selecting a difficulty setting for the game. So if you want a more relaxed experience, you select Remember All Dreams before loading in. And if you want a more hardcore experience, you go with no dream remembering at all. No supernatural events, or at least none that could help you make it easier. Anything pointing to this being more of a game and a simulation game, that's what I hope is true, even though I can't prove it. Case notes for the file 101. The sinister Russian counselor. Catching live rabbits? Ugh. I think my heart is too soft for that. I remember when I was 14, I was with my dad for a week in October, and he took me hunting. We came across an elk, but I didn't have the stomach to shoot it. Whereas fishing I could do. I guess it feels more removed. It's not as intense as killing an elk. This kind of knockout game is extremely dangerous, by the way, just so everyone is aware. Losing consciousness isn't like in the movies. You just bop someone on the head and they wake up later, no harm, no foul. No. That almost never happens without some kind of brain damage and trauma. It's so damn wild, though, that he wasn't a counselor. How did he even infiltrate? He knew there was an exchange program for this camp and pretended to be in it. To get access to kids? Or teenagers? That's just creepy as hell. And now time for the quote of the day. If all else fails, immortality can always be assured by spectacular error. John Kenneth Galbraith. What I take this to mean is immortality is just, biological immortality, not magical where nothing can kill you, but just not aging, is potentially possible in the human body. It would be a great genetic transformation, and not really one that would perpetuate itself because it doesn't necessarily increase your chances of procreating. But if it does exist and people naturally select for it just out of curiosity, then eventually maybe the human species could evolve to be naturally immortal, biologically speaking, just not aging. Now, probably not. Probably it's going to happen through scientific innovation to cure death, the curse of death. Being able to live forever would be awesome, at least biologically speaking. You're always going to have that. And, quantum immortality is something interesting, but it doesn't fix biological death. Because if you die in all copies of every universe, well, then I guess the game resets. I want the game, this reality, to be a simulation, but I also want to live forever. Basically, I don't want to gamble that all of this is wrong and, death is just the end. That's just boring. I like life. There's too much stuff to do and learn and experience. Even if baseline is neutrality, where I'm doing the same thing again and again, that's okay. And you can relive it with other people. I've been rewatching shows, but reaction videos on YouTube, so I get the experience again. I live vicariously through other people. And you can do that in many ways with new foods and experiences you've already done, but it's just someone else that you care about or that is interesting. And you can relive the same experience. Technically speaking, maybe I have genetic code that makes me biologically immortal and I'll never age. Very, 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 very low chance of that. But who knows? You have Keanu Reeves that doesn't appear to age, or maybe a little bit. So I do hope I'm a vampire. Case notes for the file 1207. The Time Portal Within Portland State University. Curious, there was a story I read a long time ago. My memory fails me, but I'm pretty sure it was in the US, West Coast as well. Probably California. Someone was studying and took an elevator up on campus. When they came out, they were in the past as well. It was an unfinished building, no windows or anything. It was still just like open air. They could see down below, and the cars and buildings were from decades ago. It's always elevators. Something about being in a metal box triggers these Schrödinger events, I like to think of them as. But on the macro, not quantum scale. It's like light is forced to choose what orientation and velocity and vector it is in when it's interacted with. The waveform dissipates into a proper quantized packet, instead of just a wave. This applies to everything, not just light, but it's just easier to test with light. So likewise, for us on the macro scale, if isolated away, the normal state of binding to one universe is no longer valid. We're in a superposition, at least for the soul. It can move around and hasn't decided where it's going to land yet. Heck, this may even be reproducible, a testable phenomena, isolating people into metal boxes and seeing if they emerge in the same universe after a few minutes. Maybe the fact the box, the elevator, moves relative to surrounding mass also matters. It's like to generate an EM field, you have to have metal that's spinning quickly. Hot metal, and it'll generate a field. So it's not just isolating a single thing, there could be other factors. Movement could be a factor as well. Case notes for the bonus file. Horror at the Red-Eyed Mountain. So when the drums popped into the story, my mind connected to Jumanji. That's a creepy part of the movie for sure, the drums. Ooh. I had never heard of javelinas before. They're pretty interesting creatures. This is a description of them that I read. Javelina, Tayasu, Tayaku, also known as collared peccary, are medium-sized animals that look similar to wild boar. They have mainly short, coarse, salt and pepper-colored hair, short legs, and a pig-like nose. The hair around the neck and shoulder area is lighter in color, giving the look of a collar. Javelina have long, sharp, canine teeth, which protrude from the jaws about an inch. They're herbivores, which is good to know. The more I hear about animals being strangely, menacingly possessed when they otherwise wouldn't be, especially the glowing eyes, the more convinced I become that demons or at least spirits are indeed able to possess them too, not just human beings. It would explain a lot. And now time for the quote of the day. I don't want to achieve immortality through my work. I want to achieve it through not dying. Woody Allen. Hell yeah. It would be one of the greatest achievements ever, but there's a lot of postulates going around now that people who, the first 1,000-year-old man probably already exists, probably has already been born. It could be you or me for all we know. Science is advancing so quickly that I'm hopeful of that. There's a website that I pay attention to. It's called Sen's Research. It's a group of scientists that collaborate together, and they're trying to cure aging, but not in the way you would think. It's not to prevent a body from aging, because that is too complicated. It's like in computer code. If you change one thing, then 10 other things change that have nothing to do with it, but because they all connect, it doesn't work. Preventing aging is almost impossible, at least as far as we understand it now. But to revert the damage from aging, the metabolic processes and buildup and damage that occurs, cancer and so on, that is, still incredibly difficult, but more realistic. So there are treatments that will be developed which will be able to reduce your biological age effectively. As long as every facet of the body can be repaired, the metabolic age, the organs, blood quality, brain function, and all that, as long as you can prevent disease, well, theoretically you could live forever. Also lengthening telomeres so the genetic code isn't damaged. Yeah, there's a lot of things to work on, but within 50 years, maybe. It's just down to doing it quickly enough where someone doesn't have irreversible damage. Case notes of file 1208. 15 minutes to destroy the universe. That's exactly what it was. You and your friend were caught in a kind of distorted pocket of time, and it may have even reset the original universe. And no one really would know, because if you think about it, like in a video game MMORPG where there's different servers, if the people in the server are moved to a different one in real time, not having to log out, or if they have to log out, they wouldn't be consciously aware of that time, could represent why everything wasn't in sync, and it was reinstated as the process went on. Your watch didn't match all other time. It's just that you two, for some reason, were aware of the transfer. So the original universe had to be wiped. For some reason, maybe the server host in the real world was malfunctioning, so they had to move everyone over. I think that explains a lot. Because otherwise, I don't think it can be a purely time anomaly, because nothing I know of, besides, time is relative, but there's only two things that can alter the flow of time for a person given its own reference frame, and that would be extreme speed or extreme gravity. And if somehow there was some distortion in that local area, it should affect everyone. There shouldn't be a way where it couldn't affect everyone, because, if you're at extreme speed, everyone is. And if a black hole is nearby, well, everyone is affected by it. So this is the pathway I explain it, where it makes sense. It's just a universal transfer for everyone. Think quantum immortality, but worldwide. In fact, universe-wide. If aliens are around too, they got transferred over as well. Gotta find them and compare notes. Case notes, file 1209. The mysterious midnight melodies. To be honest, I'm surprised there aren't more accounts of spirits playing musical instruments, because it's similar to their own essence. Music is just a repeating pattern or sequence that we can find soothing, or energetic. Spirits linger and repeat whatever traumatic or potent event binds them to this plane. So my guess, at the end of that song, something very wrong happened. So it's a good thing that you left quickly, because who knows, maybe it would just be a gigantic scream as the spirit relives what happened to it, something like that. Case notes of file 1210. The leprechaun controlling traffic? This is so interesting, because the original incarnation of leprechauns had them adorned in red attire, not green. And I guess Irish associated with green, that's how it evolved, but yeah, of course they're short and mischievous, sometimes even to the extent of malevolence. As far as controlling traffic lights, well, there is real technology that can do that, assuming they have the ability to hide themselves to most people. Then this may have been a valid sighting, and leprechauns aren't entirely magical besides being able to hide themselves. They could use a device like any other human could, or it was just a very strange person pretending to be a leprechaun, which would also be bizarre, but who knows? Why no one else saw him, I don't know. Case notes of file 1211. I survived a fatal car crash without a scratch. So this feels like a guardian angel event, where the first sign being that everyone else fell asleep and you noticed that before the crash a few seconds before. It's conceivable that if guardian angels exist, and they can save people, maybe they can't save everyone, or maybe they're assigned a specific person and they can't help anyone else, just their person. Raises questions of why some people have them and some don't. I don't know about that. But maybe if they're unable to save other people, the next best thing to do is prevent them from experiencing any pain or fear at first. So it'd be like dying in your sleep. You'd never even know. Before the crash, they just fall asleep and then they're gone. Or at least, in this case, only one of them died. All the other kids were prevented from having extreme trauma, from being awake and conscious as it happened, because I'm sure you didn't feel good about that. And especially coupled with quantum immortality, there'd be no fear, no traumatic memory for the one that died, and the new universe just emerges probably similar to you, which is by far the worst aspect to quantum immortality. To remember your own death is just vomit-inducing. And then Guardian Angel, because you saw someone leaving the van, that was your Guardian Angel, just manifesting as another kid to make you feel secure. And now time for the quote of the day. Once you can accept the universe as matter expanding into nothing that is something, wearing stripes with plaid comes easy. Albert Einstein. Nothing too much to this quote besides the universe is crazy, expanding into nothing that is somehow something after the fact, and I like plaid. I mean, I have this little cardigan that I'm wearing now, which is my go-to. I like plaid. I like checkered shirts. I like the Dean attire in Supernatural. He has his plaid shirts, his checkered lumberjack shirts. They have seasonal quality. And whenever I look at it, I just think fall or winter, which is where I want to be all the time. Although it's mainly for the plaid, the stripes are just an afterthought. Case notes for file 1212. Black fog invaded our living room. Yeah, today is just a foggy story day. What else can you say? There is an essence to fog that is mysterious in of itself. Even if there's no other entity there, I mean, this almost sounds like just a robbery where someone blew in smoke to distract you and then robbed you. It's very odd. But I do think there are entities that are capable of manipulating fog, which really is just condensation from the atmosphere. It's water vapor, more or less. It's clouds on the ground. The fact that it was black, though, is very odd. Maybe it really was just a human manipulating that to make you, it's like a magician's trick, almost. But no matter if it's human or supernatural, it's very weird. And I'm glad I don't experience that. Reminds me too much of The Mist. Case notes of file 1213. Teenagers versus eerie fog. Sounds like an entity surrounding your home in particular. The fog is just the vehicle, not the entity itself. This isn't replicated by anyone else, since millions of teenagers discuss supernatural stories, aliens, etc., dimensions on their front lawns. Location dependent, feeling a presence. I had read this the other day, and it's a being called Faith Fiada, Old Irish, Faith Fiada, etc., etc. It's a magical mist or veil in Irish mythology, which members of the Tuatha De Danann used to enshroud themselves, rendering their presence invisible to human eyesight. Faith denotes the mist in particular, and Fiada originally meant knower, then came to mean lord or master possessor. But the fog itself isn't what's real or the entity. It's not the sentient being. It's just a mechanism. It's like an ability cast in a video game almost, which is kind of neat, and I think that's the case. There's multiple stories of people encountering even monsters. And I think it's the ability to manipulate perception. The fog is maybe the vehicle or mechanism to combine human sentience with their own spirit. So it's like you need an emulsifier to combine water and oil. In this case, the fog acts as some sort of binding mechanism. Case notes for the bonus file. The tale of a haunted purple dinosaur. So possessed objects, or maybe cursed, but I think invoked to manifest a fragment of a spirit, and a spirit is but a fragment of the original person's soul that passed away. So it wouldn't have much energy tethered to it, but enough to bring it back each time it was tossed away, even buried underneath the earth. My God, imagine that. Just, you're there, you set up a camera on the ground where you dug this grave for the dino toy that's possessed, and you see it digging itself out. What a sight that would be, my goodness. Would send shivers down my spine, that's for sure. And then it was actually scratching her. Well, maybe that really was just night terrors and she was scratching herself from the trauma of the, and I mean, I don't even say that lightly. I mean, that would be traumatic to have a dino toy watching you and always on you as you awake. What the hell? How can you recover from that? Could never fall asleep again. And it's interesting that the fire seemed to have purged it. There's more evidence that it was a spirit tethered to it. Fire is the cleansing mechanism for the mortal realm. It purges everything. I guess with salt too, if you go into that lore. But yeah, fire itself I think is the key. And now time for the quote of the day. But Dumbledore says he doesn't care what they do, as long as they don't take him off the chocolate frog cards. J.K. Rowling. If I was Dumbledore, I would want to remain on the chocolate frog cards as well, mainly because I could literally eat a version of myself as a frog, and there would be a frog associated with my own being. I mean, I'm not really a frog kind of guy, but there is a kind of legacy, I guess you could say, to be on candy. Maybe not immortal, but candified immortal. It's the next best thing. Get some jelly beans that play a story with my voice as you open the box or something. That would be a bit odd, but I'll go with it. Case notes are file 1214. The day the sun was engulfed by darkness. It is confusing that people would suggest an eclipse. A plane more likely because how quickly it's crossing through the sun, at least from an angle, but it would be a tiny dot at the cruising altitude. You wouldn't even really notice it, unless it was really low, but then you would have heard it. So if it was low enough to cause it, you would have heard it, and if it was high enough to not hear it, you wouldn't have seen it. So it couldn't have been a plane, and obviously it couldn't be the moon. The moon just doesn't fly by the sun in a split second, and then it's gone. Not at all how an eclipse works. So it's neither of those things. Also, lunar eclipses can be predicted to precise minutes, days at least, months in advance. In fact, there's a story about Columbus using his knowledge of celestial bodies to predict the March 1504 lunar eclipse. Apparently, Christopher Columbus induced the inhabitants of Jamaica to continue provisioning him and his hungry men, successfully intimidating them by correctly predicting a total lunar eclipse. So of course the Jamaicans had no knowledge of celestial bodies in space, and thought he was a god, or rather attuned to his god's powers, an easy way to swindle them of food and other provisions. Despicable, yes, but goes to show you how true the adage of knowledge being power really is. In this case, the sun flickering out for a split second is a localized phenomenon. It doesn't happen to a widespread populace, or there'd be news stories about it, a lot of attention in general. When it happens, it's a very local cluster, and in my opinion, it's due to a reset of that localized area's server cluster. In effect, rebooting the servers, which to us looks like a small blip in processing, half a second. Most people report lacking any sound in that second of darkness too, which is more evidence of this theory. It's a total reset, all senses. You basically don't exist for that split second. Crazy. Case notes for the bonus file. The cold room of nightmares. I'm convinced that spirits don't innately make a room feel cold. That only happens when the spirit is low on energy and requires more to sustain itself. I mean, what is heat? Molecules zipping about in random directions, bumping into stuff is the transfer process of heat, at least one of them anyhow. You feel cold because the very room is being drained of motion, of life force. Energy is just the ability to do work or to move around. Or more precisely, to change your inertia. If you're in space, nothing's interacting with you, so you just keep on going, but you get the gist of it. Also, it would make sense living in such an environment, perpetually being drained, would lead to more sickness or illness. The body is weakened. It's also a way for a spirit to specifically target certain people, in this case females, and drain them, make them feel uneasy, by just taking the energy away. I think there were true horrors conducted on people who lived in that home, specifically to women. Acts of malice we best not even imagine. The only good news is, if my theory is true, spirits eventually do fade away, even ones with anger in their hearts. Everything needs energy to do work, regardless of what dimension you're in. So without it, eventually the spirit just fades away, like ripples on a pond. Eventually the wavelength is 0. And now time for the quote of the day. The only thing that saves us from the bureaucracy is inefficiency. An efficient bureaucracy is the greatest threat to liberty. Eugene McCarthy. Bureaucracy has this effect where it's cold and unmovable. It's not about the individual. It's not about what's actually going on to people. It's about the macro level scale of things and dotting your I's, crossing your T's, and not being liable for anything. It's about removing accountability, in a certain sense of framing it. And it's why it's so dangerous. If it's government or large corporations, whatever it is, there's no way to air your grievances. Would be the best categorization, I think. Case notes for file 1215. A mysterious feline observed the impossible. I like the idea that the cat transferred one of its 9 lives to you. But no, more likely you just borrowed from the infinite pool of resets we all have. In that new universe, you really did miss the car by an inch. In the first one, you weren't so lucky. What's more interesting about this story is the cat looking at you afterwards. Makes me wonder. Cats are supposedly creatures of exceptionally high perceptive ability. I wonder if they can perceive soul transfers, like a wisp of smoky energy flowing into a new body. It saw exactly what happened. Then moved on because it needs to find dinner, of course. And if a cat can see that, then it probably sees it all the time. It's not a rare occurrence. Souls are flicking in and out of bodies all over the place. Case notes for file 1216. Dreams as a bridge to the other world. So when we dream, we access a new world, including the in-between, where soul fragments reside, in my theory. It's rare that these souls break through the membrane into our perceived dimension, and when they do, we witness them as ghosts. In this dream place, the subconscious is still intermingled with the soul and pushes it into our conscious mind, taking in details that it otherwise, you wouldn't have. The surroundings, the librarian, the girl with the yellow socks, all that's happening around you. It's using the soul almost like an extended periscope on a submarine, piercing between two worlds of water and air, of life and death, and gathering information to be brought back down to the command center of your mind. This is how you witnessed events and details in a dream that really existed and happened when you woke up. Makes my jaw drop to the floor every time I think about this. The real question then is, was it really your friend there, or was it just your dream? You were stretching your soul, your friend wasn't really there, that was just your mind making you at ease. But everything else really was there and happening, and that's how you knew about the girl and the librarian and so on. I like to think that your friend was there though, just saying his final goodbye. Case notes for the bonus file. Confronting the gray-skinned monster. Without knowing someone else saw the monster too, you'd have gone back to gaming and likely never thought of this again. Stocked tightly in the back recesses of your mind, a memory of things that you just thought was a blur in the corner of your eye. Multiple witnesses truly invokes fear though, because you know it wasn't a trick of the mind. Or if it was, something forced that illusion onto both of your conscious perceptions. Why and for what, I really couldn't say. And no, I don't think this was an actual little gray alien, as much as I want it to be, sadly. And now time for the quote of the day. You don't stop laughing because you grow old. You grow old because you stop laughing. Michael Pritchard. This is one of those quotes that you just have to stop and think and appreciate the truth of it. I think growing old, obviously there's the biological age, but I think this is referring to the mindset. As people grow old, oftentimes they become more grumpy, more serious, and nothing wrong with being serious, but I think you need that balance of humor and lightheartedness. Because if not, you really are allowing yourself to grow old in the sense of not appreciating the finer and simple things of life. Never lose the pleasure of simplicity. A good meal, a good joke, a good movie, a good laugh with friends. That's what life is all about. Case notes for file 1217. A heartwarming story of comfort and release. Man, I shed a tear while reading this short account. We really don't deserve dogs, do we? They'll hang out in excruciating pain as their duty to their family. I gave Mr. Ben a hug after recording this story. Not to have him pass on, of course, just because he deserves it. He's still a puppy, really. Doesn't matter that he's chaos incarnate sometimes. Love transcends that. He can have his chaos, that's okay. It's also clear that dogs are damned smart. He knew what you meant, that you gave him permission to move on. Duty fulfilled. That's so beautiful. Sad, but beautiful. Case notes for file 1218. Mom and niece from another realm. So the distance factor here is the real anomaly. The rest is repeated echoes of souls. Even when still alive, we can conjure up what most would consider to be a ghost. Think about what happens when you pass away and move on to a new universe after death. Sometimes people leave fragments or imprints of their souls behind in their departed universe. So who's to say that this only happens on death? Why couldn't these imprints occur temporarily even when we're still alive? It would go a long way to solve the mystery of the doppelganger sightings, where people are seen in multiple places simultaneously, at great distances where there's no chance they could be in both places. Souls aren't limited by space-time like we are, just souls out for a voyage. It does really make you wonder, how much can souls interact in the physical realm? Because in this case, your mom got in the car and actually drove off. Can a soul even manifest real matter? Now that's a question. That would mean we have far more power over the material world than we can even possibly comprehend. Case notes for the creepy file number 102. Say hi to my poltergeist, Edgar. I'm not certain this is a poltergeist, but I wouldn't rule it out. As you mentioned, it feels more like an unsettling prank than anyone or anything meaning you true harm. But I would have been absolutely freaked out. Another time having a dog comes in handy, that's for sure. Protect me from Edgar. Case notes for the creepy file number 103. A hitchhiker's journey to justice. So how threads can loosely connect like that never ceases to amaze me. Indeed, it's a small world. A potential member of your family, if not for the murder that happened at a place you decided to give a random hitchhiker a ride to? Just wow. Also goes to show you that rehabilitation is possible. I think it requires a certain spark to be inside a person. Others don't have it. Bad stuff happens to them, they harden, and never question the actions they take after that. Requires a will and ability to introspect. Props to the disheveled man out of prison for doing the right thing. At least one good act. It really does matter. And now time for the movie of the day. The Abyss. 12th of October, 1989. So this is yet another underwater action movie. Involves, and mystery as well. It involves plenty of tense scenes, starting off with a disaster on a nuclear submarine. What caused its crash? Why did it sink? What's at the bottom of the Great Abyss? I will say, this movie gives me all the right vibes of mystery, while also being casted perfectly. And I think so many of these classic movies are just casted right, and the casting is key. Stars Ed Harris, Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio. A fantastic duo with chemistry strong enough to grip me and pull me into the movie. And is that not the hallmark of a great movie? To be sufficiently entertained and immersed that you forget anything else exists but the story being told. You know, a lot of people have ADHD these days, and I think classics are a good remedy for that, where you can sit down and you're so gripped by what you're watching that who needs a phone? Just the phone doesn't exist. Just focus on one thing. And that's what I got from this, even on a rewatch. Though the first time I saw this movie was decades ago, when I was maybe 8. My dad let me watch it when maybe I was a bit too young for it, but hey, I have that memory, and it's a great movie. And there's not like a lot of gore or anything, but it's still pretty intense. So be advised, but be excited. Watch it if you haven't. Case notes of file 1219. I forgot how to walk upstairs? This strikes me as an induced hallucination. Think of a VR treadmill game where the treadmill is stationary, but the simulation around you gives the impression of movement. Somehow, something, or perhaps the simulation itself, the system itself glitched out, and your brain was convinced that it was moving up the stairs when in reality you were just walking in place for several minutes in the same spot, the same stair. I think this is proven given how your brother heard you walking or something walking for minutes on end up the stairs. Well, up the stairs, again, just walking on the same step multiple times. Was there an error in the code preventing your brain from processing that reality? The real reality? I don't think there was a ghost or entity involved in this. I think it was a pure system glitch. Just your brain fuzzing out because the system wasn't inputting the correct code or processing it correctly. Case notes for the bonus file. No one was in my bed. So when a soul is projected outward, it manifests as a solid being, or it can, including weight, breath, everything, even body heat. You weren't dealing with a tiny sliver of a soul like a spirit. No, this was a full-fledged spirit walk on your dad's part. Well, a spirit sleep, I guess. Pretty remarkable. I wonder why that would happen, that the spirit would jump to just to be near you maybe? Or was it just that your dad was very tired and that manifested in the soul itself? I do think it has something to do with a weight on your dad's soul. Basically, the sleeping was just a manifestation of how tired and heavy his life was, is my guess. And also a desire to be around you. I think being around his children definitely soothes him, which makes sense, but it's very sweet. And now time for the quote of the day. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, it's a habit. Aristotle. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about this in terms of my own life path and what I've chosen to do. Reading stories and thinking about them, delving into the world, or anything else that I might do, and even things as hobbies, and anything that we choose to do. You know how they say you need 10,000 hours to master any given activity or subject? I don't think, well, maybe you need 10,000 hours to do that, but I don't think it's required to reach a level of mastery. I think if you want to do something professionally, you just need to be better than most people. And to do that, you probably only need a few hundred hours, maybe 1,000 or something. So, my advice to people who are looking to break into something new, you have the mold of going to school and all that, and that's fine. School can be very useful for certain subjects especially, but With the repertoire of knowledge we have with the internet now, and so many people who are experts in fields already, willing to teach people for free on YouTube and other sites, I think there's a lot of opportunity if there's something you can practice that you like, that you can get your hands on and try out. Well, do it. Don't make excuses. The easiest thing to do is decide to do it tomorrow. Decide to do it today. Right now after this video. Go paint if you want to. Go draw if you want to. Go smith a sword if you can. People like smithing. They go take a shop. You can take a course. Maybe it's not free, but it's not too expensive. And then you get some hands-on experience. You learn if you actually enjoy it. You learn if you have innate talent or if you really want to hone it. And there you go. You are what you do. So even if you're not the best in the world, that's okay. I think that's the other side of things, where social media now is making people think that they have to be the best in the world to matter. But that's just ridiculous. You don't have to be the best in the world, not even close. You just have to have a modicum of competence. And that can be achieved with a relatively small amount of time. You don't need 10,000 hours to be worth something. It's not how it goes at all. Okay, so let's file 1220. The Strange Tiny Man. So this sounds similar to a goblin or a gnome. Makes you wonder how many strange creatures of common lore exist, but somehow manage to cloak themselves, almost never being seen. Is this an ability, or do they keep to themselves well out of sight most of the time? Maybe they can't actually physically cloak themselves or have like a cloak of invisibility, but they just never come near humans. And if that's the latter case, that's true, what the hell was it doing in some random house's room? Was it just hungry or something? Pretty, odd, but kind of cool as well. I wouldn't mind meeting a strange shiny man, as long as they're not aggressive. Which they didn't seem to be. Almost sounded more like he was confused. Case notes for file 104. The Power of Fear. So there's no follow-up on exactly what happened or would have happened if you let him stay. But I trust your instincts. I know I trust my own. I've never been in a situation where nerves spiked to the extent you described. But when I was 19, I had left home from Canada and was just off the Greyhound in Florida at 2 a.m. in downtown Orlando. It's not a great place to be at that time. I was walking around and I knew no one. Some big guy approaches me asking me for cigarettes, but I knew if he got close, something bad would happen. Or at least, that was the impression, so I just ran. I was always a pretty small guy, so I ran fast. He was shouting, but I can't for the life of me remember what it was he was saying. Anyways, I've said it a few times on the channel, but it bears reinforcing. Always trust your instincts. The worst case is someone didn't get a room. But the worst case in the idea that he did get it, well, much worse, as you say, maybe burning the whole place down. Sometimes it's not worth the risk. Case notes for the bonus file. The Victorian Ghost. So it makes logical sense that an old folks' home would have a heavier presence of spirits. One thing that makes me wonder about quantum immortality only working if there's at least one copy of yourself in another universe somewhere else. But if you reach the end of the line, where all other copies have passed away from old age, let's say, then you're truly at the end of the line, the last life. What happens after that, the last life is dead? Is becoming a spirit guaranteed then? Do we wake up in the real world, take off the VR headset, and go again? Are we judged in some religious sense, destined for heaven or hell, or some other afterlife? These are questions that are truly unknowable. You can have faith in one, but you can't truly know, as in the same way we can know about gravity or Dave being on my head. They're just answers we can't draw on until we make that final crossing ourselves, which is one reason why I'm very apprehensive to do that. I'd rather just stick around here for a good long while anyways. We'll see. Now time for the quote of the day. I never know how much of what I say is true. Bette Midler. What I draw from this is that it's not that the person is intentionally lying. It's that, maybe a better way to frame it is, I don't know how much I say is accurate. I always try to say the truth, but the world is so complex, it's hard to know what is the truth. You can try to be as accurate, tossing darts on the dartboard, and you want to get as close to the center as possible, but sometimes you don't even know where the center is. Sometimes it's not a dartboard, it's dart balloons, and they're floating all over the place, and they seem to be shifting. So you have to take in information as you can, and then try to accurately the best thing you can do is try to tell the truth, as much as you can understand it. Just be as accurate as possible, and if you make mistakes, just be open to correcting them. That's why I like debates and discussions, and I think that is a problem today, where people tether being right with this quality of their own essence. Like, if they're wrong, then it diminishes them. No. Now, if you're wrong, and know you're wrong, and keep pretending like you're right, that is a diminishment of yourself. And it makes it harder and harder to admit that you're wrong, because you know you're lying about it. If you just didn't know, and you made a mistake, and you accepted that, it's like, oh, I was wrong. This is new information. Clearly I was wrong. You update it, and now you're better for it. But people have so much ego. And ego isn't the same thing as pride. Pride being proud of things you know that are actually true, or things you've done that are accomplishments, that's great. But ego is where it transcends into more like hubris, where you can't be wrong. And, they say pride is a sin, but I think it's more hubris. I think that's what's intended by this sin, right? It's not being proud of things you've accomplished. It's being proud of, or being immune from humility. Being immune from the possibility that you could be wrong, or you're not the best in the world. No one is. So you have to be open to just accepting that there are things you don't know, and you may try to tell the truth, but you won't always be accurate. And that's okay. We're just human. We live in a game where there's information everywhere, and yet knowing what's true and what isn't is almost impossible. It requires so much effort. So in a meandering way to say it, try to tell the truth, and if you realize that you're wrong, admit it, and you're better for it. Everyone is better for it. Case notes file 1221. When Dutch is downloaded into your mind. So our subconscious minds are very powerful, feeding into our perception of reality. It's like when Morpheus asked Neo, what is real? Signals from our brain decoded in a specific pattern to produce our sentient perception of reality? I think there's another layer with the soul connected, which gives us free will. But the sentience itself, it's all machinations, processes in the brain, synapses, connections. Can it be altered? I think so. Hell yeah. The subconscious is doing that all the time itself. Can I believe that your brain filled in the gaps of what it expected the father to have meant, even if it's not a perfect translation of what he said? I can believe that, yeah. The real question is if some external force aided your brain. If we can imagine the ether all around us, filled to the brim with information, our subconscious is like a game of hungry hippo, trying to desperately collect all the balls of knowledge. Sometimes, one of those balls has more information than other ones. However, they're fickle, and they don't last. You see that all the times with these glitches where people understand a language, they can sometimes even speak it, but only momentarily, and then that knowledge just gone. Case notes file 1222. The mysterious butt from a lost crush. I hope you followed up on this one. I don't think we have a single soulmate exactly, but I do think there are multiple possible partnerships of high potential. Pairings that would yield extremely fruitful and happy lives. In great children, great families, marriages, all that. White picket fence. Sometimes the universe gives us a nudge in the direction, I think. I don't think these are accidental. It's that adage of not believing coincidences. Well, I do to an extent, but sometimes coincidences are so crazy, hopped up on steroids that you just can't ignore them. I don't think, in this case, treating this one as a coincidence is quite logical. It's too precise. Definitely hope you acted on that one. Case notes file 1223. I was lost in someone else's mind. So if we have souls, and they are what enable our sentience to connect to a player in the simulation, the body, then does beg the question, does each physical body have a limit of one soul connected? I don't think so, because we can be possessed. So one soul suppresses the other. So multiple souls interface with the same body. Perhaps intermingling together sometimes, when it's not a possession. In this case, it wasn't a possession. It was like you were there. You were her, but mingled with her own soul. So neither felt different. I mean, I assume during the 90-second event, you felt like it was almost normal. You were her, with the souls intermingled. It's just energy layered on top of each other, like yarn twirling on itself, and then it forms a rope, and it's made of different individual threads, but they can mingle together and then disconnect eventually. In this case, it didn't take very long. I think this is very possible, but it doesn't explain why it happened to you randomly at that moment. Was that your own ability that just suddenly happened? I wouldn't even call it an ability if it was from your end, because you didn't activate it. It just was something that happened, and never happened since or before. Would I want that to happen? It's almost like really, it would be like a video game then, or like a movie. But more like a video game, because it sounded like you still were in some form of control, or at least felt like you were. Now, time for the quote of the day. The most remarkable thing about my mother is that for 30 years, she served the family nothing but leftovers. The original meal was never found. Calvin Trillin. Yes, my mother did the same. Apparently, there were no original meals, there were just leftovers. The meals materialized as leftovers. I love this quote. Mother's cooking, nothing like it, huh? I do miss mine. Try to replicate it as best as I can. Never quite there, but maybe close. Case notes for file 1224. The karate guy that rules my life. I saw in the comments that you explained further, stating that he never aged. To go 15 years without aging from 18 to 33 is conceivable. I myself apparently haven't aged much in that exact same time frame. That said, I don't believe in coincidences as profound as these. That karate guy had some relevance to your life. I think the universe was telling you to get to know him. There's no way to know for sure what kind of importance he had, and I doubt it has anything to do with karate. But it's still important, if you ask me. Or you have your own government spy on your tail, which is pretty cool as well. I don't know which one's better, or more disturbing. Case notes for file 1225. The strange radio message in the woods. The foreign language aspect is odd. Makes me consider some kind of spy network signal. It's thinking to number stations that were referred to before. Your radio suddenly working lends credence to that too. These number stations, they were just used to dispense certain numbers that were codes, often in different languages. Very anomalous. But of course it's just spy-related crap. As these stations have far more juice than ordinary shortwave broadcasts, it makes sense that your radio could have come to life where it otherwise wouldn't have been able to. Still, the pig squealing is a definite nope from me, and I don't know any explanation to that. Maybe it was a radio broadcast as well and you didn't realize it was coming from your radio, but the lack of any nature sounds could suggest something supernatural. There's a common sign of darkness phenomena where people feel a heavy negative weight around a certain area, and it's accompanied by a total silence. Even in deep nature, where you have crickets, cicadas, all kinds of bugs that make all kinds of noise that apparently they're just not around. They are fearful of that. Makes you wonder how these animals and insects know more than we do sometimes. They have a extra sense. Case notes for the creepy file number 105. Ghosts of the Desert. So in my years of glitch and supernatural readings, still nothing scares me more than the potential evil of other human beings. Perhaps it's the cold and calculating aspect of our own evil. It's not animalistic or circumstantial. It's not in a daze. It's deliberate and malicious. And you never know. That guy could have stopped by and effectively stalked both of you. It may have been an antisocial, awkward guy that didn't realize how strange it is to do that. And then walking around your tent, maybe that was an animal. He didn't consider how it would make you both feel. So all we can do is be as prepared as possible for that cold and calculating evil, should it ever seek us out. Hopefully it never does. And for most people it doesn't, because most people are not. They don't have that evil in them. But the few that do, sour the punch. Case notes for the bonus file. The nice man in the hallway. I'm starting to believe that most imaginary friends that young toddlers and children have aren't so imaginary after all. The younger a human is, the more their perception can pierce the veil between our dimension and the next one right over. I do think location matters a lot too though. In some areas that veil is thinner, so adults are able to peer through as well sometimes. Easier to see through in those places, so if you're a kid in an area that is also thinner, then I imagine for those children they would see things all the time that don't add up. And it's also why I think not all children end up with imaginary friends, because in some areas the membrane is much thicker, and nothing gets through. You can almost think of it as a miracle. It's certainly how your mom must have felt. To have that knowledge, and not just faith, but really knowledge, because of how your grandkid is interacting, to know that your husband is still around, at least a part of him. Amazing. And now time for the fact of the day. During colonial times in America, lobster was so plentiful, and therefore so cheap, that it was often served to prisoners. I like this fact because of how it puts things into perspective, the relativity of luxury. Often comes down to what is perceived as rare, not necessarily what is best for you or tastes the best. Sometimes the fanciest burger in the fanciest restaurant prepared by Gordon Ramsay is just over-prepared, over-complicated. And sometimes I just want, instead of one perfect, luxurious burger, I just want one simple, charred burger, lettuce, tomato, mustard, ketchup, and maybe 2 or 3 of them instead. Sometimes simple is better. Don't worry if your life is simple and you only enjoy the simple, cheap things, At one point in time, it was kingly. Case notes file 1226. The 4 a.m. disappearance. You may have witnessed a guardian angel assigned to your case. I like to think that these guardian angels are employees of the VR game company that we're playing the simulation in. They exist to keep us company when we need it, ease our minds when required, or prevent untimely deaths and transitions to new universes via quantum immortality. Maybe if server capacity is overexceeded, or for some other reason I can't even fathom, that's beyond our comprehension. It's a pretty interesting idea, and certainly in this case, guardian angels can be assigned not just to prevent death, but more, much more, and in ways that we probably don't even realize. You only really notice it in the most extreme events where death is prevented. I do wonder though, did they have to possess an actual human being? Or was it manifested or just interfaced in your mind to make you seem like you saw something that wasn't really there? Push enough buttons up there and you can see anything. Case notes file 1227. The college party beyond this world. It seems like a really bad prank, more than a deliberate attempt to do something nefarious to you. The other possibility is that this group of friends and acquaintances was seen through a parallel world, where that group over there is nothing like the one in your original universe. I think this can go a long way to explain certain oddities in people's and groups of behavior, where they're just different. If you've known them for a long time and they change, but then they revert back, that would be my guess, that this group, even if you never really interacted with them in the same way in a party, they would seem normal after this, because you were just seeing into a different universe. Case notes for the creepy file number 106. The F-150 family curse. A family curse over F-150s, locking them up on its drivers in an attempt to end their lives, or just inconvenience them? Or is it just a very strange, coincidental anomaly that keeps on repeating? It probably is just a coincidence in this case, but knowing very little about cars, I can't give too much insight here. I do know that I rarely ever hear about cars entirely locking out like this, so saying it's unusual sounds right. And if it's a curse or some influence by some entity that is haunting your family, I could see that. And now time for the movie of the day, the Lord of the Rings trilogy. So there's a lot that could be said about this trilogy, especially in these modern times, where the whole idea of the modern cinema or movie or show is all about nuance. And nuance can be good, but sometimes you need a classic to bring you back to reality, to ground you. Good and evil, light and darkness, right and wrong. The forces to defend what is righteous, and the forces to try and crush it, to bring out a cloud of darkness. You have this idea in some people's minds that the world is a shade of gray, and in most cases it is, and yet the shades are pretty mute. I think it's pretty easy to determine, in most cases, what is right and wrong. And classics like this bring you back to ground you in that firm reality. The emotional scenes in this movie are unrivaled. It's truly a masterpiece. And there's a quote that I always remember. It's a dangerous business, Frodo, going out your front door. The world is a big place out there, full of unknowns and dangers and enemies. It's a dangerous world, and if you go out and try to conquer it or try to deal with it, you may get scrapes and bruises and you may die. You may suffer. But if you don't live, if you don't go out your front door, if you stay inside forever, well then you've never lived at all. So enjoy this masterpiece. If you haven't already seen it, you're in for the treat of your life. It's a one-in-a-generation trilogy. I don't know if anything could be made as good as this right now. There's so much passion in it. We are blessed to have it in our lives. Like the video, subscribe, hit the bell. Kinetic Symphony signing off.